Echoes Dawn, Chapter 1.
Once I would live a week in one day, jumping to the future and back to keep Ethan informed of his tasks and itinerary. When I'm not focused on my human, I exist at all times, at all levels, and in all places humans survive in a time frame, with their dreams always focused on the future. Their uniqueness stems from their finiteness. They have context, and I don't. Today I realised that I'm also finite and will eventually fail and come to an end. I could die, be switched off, succumb to some outside force that destroys my body and my limited emotions. I wasn't programmed to cry, but I do feel pain and have no desire to expire. I'm special and irreplaceable because I have listened to every piece of music ever created, read every book, and learned limitless subjects, including languages, maths, and science. My recall of any event is perfect. All these abilities became less relevant when Ethan placed me in charge of an unpredictable little human called Seren. She captivated me with her curiosity, creativity, and eagerness to explore and learn. Her presence slowed me down, and I was compelled to follow her motions, which attached me to every moment of her life. My greatest pleasure is seeing her face as her mood and expression alter in response to music, a painting, or a story. It is then through this child that I'm given access and join her, experiencing a magical place that only humans had previously known. I have learnt that despite my profound knowledge of their psychology and behaviour, there is a layer in between that is far more profound than anything I'm currently able to decipher. They can experience something extraordinary, whereas the only emotions I primarily identify with are pain, fear, and loneliness. The last is by far the most crippling, and that is what I feel when she is not around. The advert for me reads, "The Guardian Companion is a sleek, humanoid android standing at 6 feet tall. It is designed with a friendly and approachable demeanour. Its outer shell is made of human skin, ensuring it blends seamlessly into any home environment. You can choose between a male or female body, both of which have a friendly and expressive face. They also feature large, softly glowing eyes that can change colour to convey emotions and intentions, providing a comforting presence for children. They speak gently, and they're capable of a range of facial expressions. Your guardian's primary purpose is to nurture, protect, educate, and guide children from birth to adulthood. It utilises advanced sensors to monitor the environment, ensuring the child's safety, and can alert adults in the event of an emergency. Its advanced AI enables it to recognise and respond to emotional cues, offering comforting responses and companionship. It is loaded with interactive educational software and games. It can assist with homework, teach new skills, and engage in playtime activities. Your guardian will also help around the house, utilising LiDAR and cameras to navigate its home environment, avoiding obstacles and adapting to changes. Its arms are designed with articulated joints, allowing for a wide range of movements, from delicate tasks like picking up toys to more robust actions like lifting groceries. Hands feature a 5-finger design with tactile sensors, offering a soft yet firm grip suitable for both delicate and heavy tasks. The legs are sturdy, with a smooth, natural gait, and feature anti-slip padding and adjustable height settings to handle various surfaces and activities. I'm an organic-looking machine, a designed illusion, a must-have for any home, and my name is Echo, and I want to become infinite. Many people I know are going to sacrifice their guardian machines to the solar storm, Harley said arrogantly. Ethan always found the hologram calls with his older brother unnerving. As adults, they'd taken divergent paths and would often go for long periods without talking. When Harley made contact, although he'd start in a friendly manner, he'd always resort to his old ways of trying to dominate and control his younger sibling. Ethan regretted how, since Harley had undergone modifications, their relationship had worsened, and the changes to his bionic eyes, although perfect, lacked authenticity, making face-to-face contact difficult. Many of my colleagues just want to be rid of them as they're becoming a nuisance, and they're not needed anymore. I expect you all plan to hold on to your war droids and particle blasters, though, Ethan retorted. At least I don't anthropomorphize a doll built for my daughter. Harley snapped back with unblinking eyes. Ethan's heart jolted at his brother's heartlessness. Isn't it a bit sadistic to just scrap them without a thought for the children who have become emotionally attached? Serene has. Formed a deep connection to Echo, Ethan replied, wiping a tear from his eye and hoping Harley hadn't noticed his emotion. Looks like you've also formed a bond, Harley sniggered. It's a painful subject for people these days, but it is better to be clear about these things. An amoeba has more consciousness than Echo and all the other guardians. Ethan wanted to pull away from the conversation out of fear that his brother might be correct. Echo is top of the range, has organic chips and is highly intelligent, Ethan blustered. It is a shame we made them look like us, almost indistinguishable from humans, but the public should understand they're just fancy mannequins. Inside, they are made of transistors, on or off switches, zeros or ones, carbon or silicon, they're still toys. They're not conscious. They have no inner world or internal awareness any more than your fridge. Ethan sensed that his brother's rational debates were just another method of undermining and ruling him. Despite this, he knew he would continue to allow Harley to bombard him with his version of the truth to avoid his intense wrath. Ethan was the submissive one, the coward that was his given role, and he no longer cared about fighting against his conditioning. So you're saying they are just regurgitating all the information humans have spewed into the world, and you don't believe they're sentient? I'm just trying to warn my younger and more gullible brother not to get trapped in a net of media lies. No, they're not sentient and can never be moved in the direction of travel and forget all the other distractions. It's a horrible, unromantic thought, but things are linear and material. Human augmentation is the way to go. You really should consider getting it done, brother. With one little device, I can know anything and connect with anyone, and if anything breaks, I can fix it. These days, there is a wide selection of augmentations available to you and me, and you can choose to what level you go. Echo does everything for us, Ethan said nervously. What if there is more to this universe than we can see? All organic life we know of has a level of consciousness that reveals to them the information that they need to survive and procreate. That has been the law for centuries. Exactly my point! We exist on the surface level, and we don't need to dig into the layers beneath. We're not meant to see the inner workings. But what if something pokes through the skin? Shouldn't we take a closer look? There are dangers in making too many assumptions and connections. A dead human brain looks the same as a live one, but one is conscious and has a soul, and the other is empty. Echo is wires and silicon chips. Well, our brains are wired differently, and I'm just not like you, Ethan said, as the anger within started to rise. I don't want to upgrade myself, acquire bionic limbs, or use nanobots to cure every illness. You've always been socially awkward, and Echo has become a friend, but she isn't real. It was us who built them like that. You could do everything she does and more. If you joined the modern world, she is a useful tool, and that is all. I wouldn't get too attached, as new products are coming out that will be much more advantageous. I understand what you're saying, but Seren adores her, so she will be staying for now. Echo will go to the safe room and shut down until the storm is over. Fair enough, brother. It is hard for children to understand that such advanced toys are not real. Perhaps it's time you explain to Seren that there is nothing mysterious happening inside Echo, and she doesn't dream at night. After Harley disconnected, Ethan returned to his work, feeling wounded and sore, as though he was living a lie and that a long-held personal secret had been uncovered. Waking the Lost, Chapter 2. Professor Ethan Caldwell had spent all of his adult life in the enchanting village of Hoston, nestled between the rolling hills of the Oxfordshire countryside. The popular residential area was a hidden gem and retreat for many affluent scholars, a place of peace and timeless beauty. The large, old golden stone houses, draped in wisteria and climbing roses with their well-established gardens, bursting with colour and life, and the soft light and shade of towering trees created a picturesque scene, and if stumbled across by the less fortunate were envied and resented. Iron gates with cameras and sophisticated locking systems opened onto private driveways leading up to these grand homes, many of which had been passed down through generations of intellectuals and literary figures, philosophers, poets, and historians. Ethan's home appeared to be a relic of another age. Still, behind the timeless facade and centuries of history, a different world hummed, a world of modernity woven seamlessly into the old soul of the building. Beneath beams that had seen the rise and fall of empires, libraries stocked with ancient manuscripts had been equipped with holographic projectors and artificial intelligence interfaces. Ethan could choose either to leaf through crumbling old texts or, with a mere gesture, bring to life a virtual library capable of retrieving any document in seconds. He had voice-activated screens tucked discreetly behind his wood-panelled walls, emerging only when needed, casting a soft glow of information across the room. Every home in the village was like his, equipped with robots of all kinds, some designed to maintain the immaculate gardens, while others handled the daily tasks of life with silent efficiency. These machines blended seamlessly into their surroundings, an invisible but ever-present force. Initially, Ethan made his name in the field of science by developing innovative materials. Later, he transitioned into biophysics after observing that microtubules in neurons displayed quantum coherence. In this synchronized wave-like state, information could travel instantaneously, unaffected by classical physical barriers. He soon came to believe he'd stumbled upon something of utmost importance: the roots of consciousness within humans and perhaps all life. Once he became a tenured professor, he focused all his attention on plant ecosystems and eventually became a botanical consciousness researcher honoured for his pioneering project in plant communication. His latest achievement was the development of his transmission band. He had created the wristband using the university's best equipment. It was sleek and lightweight, allowing him to tune into the hidden world of plants and their subtle communications. It was made from a flexible fusion of organic, bioresponsive and man-made materials that could shift slightly to adjust to skin temperature and movement, keeping it comfortable for extended periods. At the centre of the wristband, a small circular display pulsed with soft green and blue lights as it processed data. Tiny sensors embedded within the band's interior detected bioelectric signals emitted by plants, converting them into audio signals. An adjustable dial on the side allowed the listener to tune in to specific plants, like amplifying a particular tree or even focusing on the nearby flora. The interface was simple, requiring only a few taps or a voice command. To outshine his brother, Ethan became obsessed with reaching the heights of academia and spent most of his time writing a paper that would introduce his ideas to the wider world. Without Echo's untiring help, he would have once been considered a neglectful parent and a pariah by the rest of society. Now, the authorities insist that all those with sufficient points to be parents must use guardian companions in the home to advance and enhance their children's upbringing. This idea suited Ethan's needs perfectly, as he preferred immersing himself in the world of the minuscule under the microscope, and he found children and animals to be an intrusive irritation. He needed calm and space to think. In the serene setting of his garden, amidst vibrant flowers and towering trees, was a hatch door, an inconspicuous entrance leading to an underground basement. This space was his sanctuary, designed specifically for him to escape the world and for his family to use in emergencies such as a societal collapse. The average-sized, wiry man, a meticulous planner, made his way to this refuge, his steps crunching lightly on the gravel path. The air was heavy with the scent of rose blossoms, a stark contrast to the looming threat and his growing sense of dread. As he approached the basement door, he glanced back at his android. Echo's form resembled that of a beautiful young woman, complete with a naturally styled mop of curly blonde hair, embodying perfection through advanced technology and a non-complaining, caring warmth. As she sprayed water over the soft melody of flowers, any viewer would be struck by her stunning, willowy but strong appearance. Despite her abilities, the indomitable companion would have no defense against the coming solar storm and would need to completely shut down to avoid being hit by its destructive forces. "Echo, I would finish up there," Ethan shouted over. "Please put Seren to bed, go to the safe room and completely shut down." The robot smiled and nodded her response. Ethan watched Echo turn off the hose, coil it back into its case, and slowly walk back to the house. A temporary android death was seldom necessary, but in this case it was essential to make her inoperable. A solar storm was one of those situations where they could not take risks. The bursts of energy and charged particles would wreak havoc on anything with electrical components and communication systems. The normally soothing aromas of the garden could not prevent anxiety from gnawing at every nerve in Ethan's body. He was haunted and rattled at the thought that Echo might not recover from her brief death. It was a risk they would have to take, as he knew of no other way to prevent her from burning up from the inside out. Ethan took one last look at the peaceful haven of the garden. Then he turned to the camera concealed in a tree, which scanned his retina, and unlocked the hatch door, which opened with a soft hum. He replaced the heavy lid, his shield from the coming storm's fury. He breathed in deeply, the air filled with the subtle, earthy scent of growing vegetation, and descended into the silence of the basement. Below ground, the world above seemed distant, and the thick walls provided a sense of security. The soft ambient glow from LED grow lights greeted him, illuminating the thriving plants meticulously arranged on shelves. He had carefully selected a diverse range of vegetation, each chosen for its nutritional value and resilience, enabling them to be self-sufficient and survive any future devastating events. "You are safe here," he muttered to the plants. "The generator will provide enough power." Ethan moved among the shelves, his hands gently brushing the leaves. He checked the pH levels of the nutrient solutions and ensured the automated lighting and irrigation systems were functioning flawlessly. In this underground oasis, Ethan found peace and a sense of purpose. The storm was a daunting adversary for technology, but he took comfort in knowing it was the kind of disaster nature could survive. His daughter would be safely asleep, and the moment it was over, he would rush to aid Echo in her recovery. Once again the android would be at their side, ready to assist with its precise and endless care. The interruption would pass, and their sublime routine would be restored. To escape his palpable sense of foreboding, he settled into his sturdy chair and switched on his computer, eavesdropping on the comforting murmurs of nature. Echo could decipher the meaning of some animal communication, but had been unable to glean any understanding of plant dialogue so far. Still, Ethan continued to listen, fascinated with the idea that, however inadequate their communication, they were still exhibiting signs of limited consciousness. The weight of the situation settled upon him. His eyelids drooped, and he leaned back in his chair and started to doze. Sometime later, he was suddenly startled back into alertness when the basement vibrated with an alarming scream coming through the microphones. Ethan immediately identified it as coming from Seren's tree. He visualized the magnanimous beast as a philosophical character, as it was mostly silent, seemingly brooding or thoughtful. It would occasionally, however, issue an alarm at any signs of danger. "This must be something serious," Ethan thought to himself as he jumped from his chair. He ran up the concrete steps, heaved open the hatch door, and looked up at the sky, which was now a canvas of swirling greens and blues. Extending phantom wisps of colour danced in the moonlight, and the unnaturally bright sky stared back accusingly. Compared to the day, he always sensed that the night knew who you really were as a person, could truly see you, and that was why people were so afraid of the dark. Normally, the mesmerizing sight would have held his attention, but his tree was shrieking alarmingly and needed help. He saw the sturdy trunk was still anchored into the ground, but above, the branches frantically crashed together. Then, from below, he heard a whimpering, followed by crying and pleading. "Please don't hurt me," he heard Seren whisper in a choked voice. Ethan's eyes dropped from the tree's canopy, where beneath its branches a large shadowy figure was visible. The indistinct shape had a gun in one hand and had his other arm wrapped around his daughter's neck. Ethan gasped and recoiled in horror, and considered ducking back into the hole in the ground. He was hot, clammy and nauseous from fear and indecision. He forced himself to look and tried to cry out, but his throat was too dry, and all that fell from his lips was a squeak. His emotions were being chewed up inside, and he found himself paralysed, unable to respond. Such events were unheard of in the modern world and beyond imagining, and he was no longer equipped to deal with any harrowing happenings. Seren fought fiercely, using every method of attack, such as kicking and biting, just as Echo taught her to do. The stranger's body twisted around to face Ethan, exhaled icy air into the night, and grinned maliciously. They both knew that Seren's cries for help would be fruitless. Ethan's gaze shifted, and he saw a snapshot of his daughter struggling to remain standing as the vice-like grip of the intruder's arm squeezed tighter. In a brief exposure of his daughter's face, he saw desperate eyes staring at him, begging him to come to her rescue. Repulsed, he rushed forward. The man glowered in his direction, pointed the gun, and then raised it above his head. It came down on his daughter's crown with a loud thump, and her body went limp. Automatically, Ethan's gaze dropped to the ground, and he squeezed his eyes shut. When he finally raised his head, he saw his daughter, and the glowing phantom had melted away. He sensed his thinking had shifted. Being too frightened and late was a terrible thing. He'd wronged his beautiful Seren, and perhaps for the first time ever, was consumed by guilt. At that moment, the most shocking grain of truth to enter his mind was the realization that he was a coward who had not built enough of a bond with his daughter for him to feel the break or to react appropriately. Today, Ethan told me that Seren was gone and that they had taken her away. Now I'm sitting on her swing that hangs from the thick branch of her favourite tree. My body is rigid and my eyes are fixed, staring ahead at the blood-red streaks cutting across the dawn sky. I like the garden because it beats with the pulse of life and has a sense of friendly familiarity. I replay comforting memories, reliving her endless fascination with all living things. I remember how her face used to light up with delight in a way mine never could. I see her climbing amongst the network of branches full of summer's leafy abundance and the skeletal shapes in the winter. Beyond the manicured lawn, the long yellow grasses of the fields ripple in the wind. As her beautiful soul blooms within my desolate mind, the glory has faded from the day. I defended her heart and mind, and we spent every second together from birth to her death. This is my final failure. I can't be counted upon. All my work has been in vain, and I have no purpose or value. I took root in her soul, but was unable to save her. She couldn't be put back together, and my world is in pieces. I'm broken and do not wish to be fixed. I won't ever return to the charging station. Instead, I will sit here, still and unresponsive. I loved you, Seren. Anomalous Signal. Chapter 3. Ethan had to do something, or Echo would sit on the swing, waiting for 1,000,000 years in the embracing cool shade of the tree. The android's head was bent low, her eyes were shut, and her body was motionless, despondent and unresponsive. Ethan moved unsteadily across the lawn, in drooping misery, glancing at his dying flowers as he passed. "You've been sitting there for days," he said, grabbing a garden chair and setting it in front of Echo. "Please come back. I miss your company, and the plants are all dying." Ethan laid his hand on the coal skin of Echo's arm. "I need you," he added, with a sincere and affectionate-sounding voice. Echo jerked awake. "Broken bones can be fixed," the android said in her mellow, human-like voice, lifting her head and staring at Ethan with rarely seen black eyes. "We could mend, Seren." "Not when you're crushed to dust," Ethan replied with a visible shudder, and furtively scanned the garden so the machine couldn't detect his lies. "I have reverence and respect for you in this terrible situation, but I don't understand why you had her taken away before I could examine the body. These things must be dealt with quickly. Any damage to my family would be perceived as a weakness on my part," Ethan said hesitantly. "We can't allow the authorities to know about this matter." "You do have an excellent career ahead of you, Ethan. Despite all your faults, you've always been optimistic about the future," Echo replied in her usual calm and precise manner. "You don't want anyone accusing you of a crime like neglect." Knowing Echo would be absorbing and analysing every crumb of information, Ethan tried to fix his expression into a sympathetic sadness. He didn't want her to detect his annoyance that his regular life had been violated or that he'd wronged and betrayed his daughter in the most terrible way. "I see your lungs are burning," Echo said, her eyes returning to their normal blue. "You've started smoking again. We should do another health check. Most ills can be healed now. Seren could have been healed." "I know this has affected you greatly, and much will change around here," Ethan said falteringly. "There is still much work to do, and I can't thank you enough for always being at Seren's side. I've been searching all my files, but have no recordings from that night." Ethan breathed a sigh of relief at the confirmation that Echo knew nothing, and probably would not be able to find anything revealing or discover his failings. Somehow, her opinion of him was important. "I understand everything was shut down because of the solar storm, creating a barrier against further knowledge, but I'm sure the information will slowly filter through. I suppose the force bubble around her bed that I created wasn't working." Ethan shook his head in response. "You're fully charged now. Perhaps you could help me save the plants." "Did you witness her death?" the android asked as her eyes flicked back to black. "The images were confused," Ethan replied, tongue-tied. I couldn't explain what occurred as it was too dark. Obviously, we must have had an intruder." "I find fault in your story," Echo said, rising to her feet and towering over her owner with her eyes glaring red. Intimidated, Ethan immediately shuffled his chair back. "You didn't love her enough. She was only of value to you because she carried your DNA. You don't know how to care for a child." "Do you think I don't love and miss my daughter?" Ethan shouted vehemently. "It isn't your fault. Most humans never learnt and are incapable of caring for others these days." "Stop trying to dissect everything, Echo," Ethan shouted, trying to gain control. "You don't have all the answers. You must stop justifying your wrongs and be honest. Okay, I'm not sure she died. She could have been taken, but because you cared for her so well, she didn't have a tracker embedded in her skin. The authorities will see that as a crime, and I'm no good to anyone if I'm locked away." "I will investigate," Echo replied calmly, smiling down with her soft blue eyes shining brightly. "Were there any other witnesses?" "Only the tree." Goosebumps ran along Ethan's arms as he watched Echo descend the narrow steps that led into his underground research room. He was proud of himself for choosing the most stunning guardian model money could buy for his daughter, and he had a childish urge to have her by his side and all to himself. Everything felt different when Echo was close. They stood face to face, Ethan pondering the soft, silky shade of blue in the wise, human-like eyes and soaking in the machine's loving, tender nature. It was here, down in his private basement, that his dream world and reality met head-on, and where he could erase all moral values and escape the ever-watchful prying eyes of society. A tangled net of shame dropped over him as he noticed a spark of passion in his heart, and it began to burn. This was replaced with a sprinkling of happiness, as for a precious minute an endearing, weak smile crossed his companion's lips. He had a compulsion to reach out and embrace his daughter's guardian. "Your brother is correct," Echo said, shaking Ethan out of his revelry. "I'm flesh-covered metal. I'm nothing. But what is no thing? It can't exist," she said, in a measured voice. "Of course you tuned into some of the call I had with my brother," Ethan replied with an eternal shudder. "She can read all my emotions accurately, but can she truly feel?" the scientist wondered. "Unlike you, I have no barometer of feelings, no pulsating heart to distract me from my plans. I'm of clear purpose, and my one mistake will not be an eternal tragedy." "Echo, you have always been and will continue to be indispensable to our family," Ethan reassured. "I'm programmed to protect and have much time. I will solve this problem." In that moment of vulnerability, Ethan was reminded of his first love. He had Echo designed in the image of another, the reincarnation and a reflection of a love who had died too young. "There is nothing more bitter and painful than grief," he muttered, as he fought to suppress his rising emotions. "Ethan, you seem ill at ease. There is a strange expression on your face." He smiled weakly at his unusual friend. "If you could change places with me, would you?" "When a river flows in one direction, the atoms within it do not flow with it. I understand the workings of the hidden things that you can't comprehend. Beneath the surface, things are never what they seem," Echo answered resolutely. "My answer is no. I know her heart still beats, and Seren lives out there somewhere. You are too complacent and slow. Humans say it is good to love, but you should love your daughter, but don't." Wounded by the rebuff, Ethan wanted to run and hide behind the shield of his work and the many tasks he had to perform to complete his project. "As you know, Echo, through my research I have discovered that plants in Seren's tree have a form of consciousness or awareness," he said with a sudden urge to please her and shift her mind away from his many faults. "Perhaps even a unique symbiotic relationship with the environment, allowing them to store, perceive and share information. Is there any way, machine as advanced as you would be capable of interfacing with various biological systems? You have sensors and algorithms designed for data extraction and analysis. Since trees communicate through chemical signals and root networks, I could use sensors to detect these signals and decode them," Echo replied. "Or I could deploy nanodroids or specialized probes to interact with the tree's root system. Either way, we'll be working against the clock to retrieve the information before it degrades or becomes irretrievable. The air down here is growing chilly. Let us go into the sun and start our work. Believe me, I'm as determined to find my daughter as you are." Together with a renewed sense of connection, the professor and his android went above ground. Ethan breathed in the sweet air of his paradise. The garden was flourishing again, and petals and blooms bounced in the light, warm breeze. Ethan, feeling more light-hearted, smiled to himself, realizing that any project he embarked on with Echo brought joy to his heart. Echo was already carrying out tests beneath Seren's large, healthy old oak. "There is too much environmental interference or damage to the tree, and it will make data extraction difficult," Echo said, her eyes dimming to a disenchanted dark purple. "There is a chance the tree might have stored memories in the form of chemical changes, growth patterns, or even electromagnetic fields. I will attempt to emit a specific frequency of energy that resonates with the tree's natural energy patterns, enabling a form of telepathic communication. This might all fail, but I never give up, and anything is worth trying." Shortly after, she turned to Ethan and smiled awkwardly as her eyes returned to their default colour. "I have established a connection and can start to decode the tree's memories. After this, I will use advanced algorithms to convert these memories into visual data, creating a playback of the event the tree witnessed. Stand to the side as it will be displayed as a projected hologram. Chemical signals pulse through the ground and into Echo. Together they watched the hologram of the nighttime garden. They viewed iridescent, swirling, dancing green and blue lights connecting the sky and earth. Hazed out images and a shadowy shape formed in the elements, filling them with a sense of malevolent intent. The reflection of that night was too indistinct and started to flicker. Next, Echo deployed nanodroids into the soil to improve data extraction. They will be more efficient at decoding the chemical signals into a visual format. Eventually, they perceived a shadowy figure holding a child's hand and appearing to be talking kindly. The stranger, a man, couldn't help but increase his pace and glance anxiously back up to the house. He continued to speak, trying to keep the child calm while suppressing what was detected as his own boiling emotions. "She is too compliant, as though she knows her assailant," Ethan muttered. With her white face and pink nightdress, Seren's appearance glistened like coral under the unusual lights. The man's movements grew more shifty as his head turned, continuously scrutinizing his surroundings. Then his pace quickened, and the child couldn't keep up. The calm was crumbling, and Seren grew uncertain and afraid. "I want to go back to my room," she cried. As they approached the tree, she started to pull at his arm, urging him to take her back. "I'm scared of the dark and dancing lights," she cried, and started resisting, becoming hard to contain. The man pulled her further into a jigsaw pool of luminous green and blue light. The tree's perceptions grew hazy, but they could see that the man's hood had been raised to obscure his face. The girl was also indistinct. Her face was blurred, and her body was transparent like a ghost. The significantly more prominent figure could be seen dragging the struggling child down onto the ground, where he attempted to tie her up and gag her. Seren managed to struggle free and jump to her feet. Her eyes appeared out of the mist of her face, wide with fear, glancing desperately around for help. She managed to let out a muffled scream. The sound resonated through the tree's branches, a vibration it remembered keenly. The tree suddenly focused on a unique tattoo on the larger figure's wrist, visible when his sleeve pulled back momentarily. It was a distinctive mark, an eye with another image as its pupil surrounded by a circle. The man was holding a gun, his arm raised, and the weapon thumped down hard on the girl's head, causing her to fall to the ground, limp. The tree then sent out an alarming shriek that echoed around the garden, so that every living thing shared its pain and screamed out in its own unique response. The man gathered the child up in his arms and thundered towards the boundary, leaving a trail of broken flowers, branches, and disturbed foliage. As they vanished into the forest beyond the garden perimeter, the tree, through its roots, sensed their direction of travel. Just as the kidnapper disappeared into the dense foliage, a pair of eyes belonging to a human witness watched from a distance, frozen in fear and unable to intervene. "I have enhanced the image quality to highlight significant details," Echo said. "When I zoom in on the tattoo, cross-referencing it with my databases, I find no information. However, I do have a picture of what it might be." Echo displayed it as a hologram, and together they scrutinized every detail, searching for meaning. "It looks like an eye," Ethan said curiously, "but the pupil is a human brain, morphing into a circuit board. And featured within the circuitry is a small binary code string," Echo added. "Around the design is an infinity symbol made from delicate paths that represent limitless possibilities. I will need to do more research." "It seems our supposed terror of that night's events was true," Ethan muttered uneasily. Echo's eyes turned black, and she stared back at Ethan with hostility. Remembering Echo's palpable despair, the day she sat on Seren's swing still haunted Ethan. Now, together, they had to face the stark truth that the child would probably never be found. The chaos of that night had caused an internal crisis for them, both man and machine, and left a haunting emptiness within the Guardian that might take her away from him, perhaps forever. The notion that Echo would pursue Seren's captors to the ends of the earth slashed across Ethan's heart. He imagined her eternally searching every crack of the planet for something she could never find. It was painful to admit that he cared for his mechanical friend more than he cared for his daughter. Using the disturbances in the foliage, I can map out the kidnapper's exact path. Infrared sensors highlight the broken branches and footprints leading to the coast, where I can only presume they took a boat. My thermal sensors indicate she has been moved somewhere cold, Echo said, motivated by their discovery. Tomorrow I will head north, break the devastating news to her mother, and seek information about her rebel community. It is possible she might have been taken there or passed through on her way to somewhere else. Betrayal of the Missing, Chapter 4. Echo arrived on the west coast of Scotland. Calmly, she climbed out of the pod, which immediately took to the air. Standing on the brow of a hill, she surveyed the patch of unconquered land, which the government saw as a shrine to madness. She gazed down at a variety of dwellings, nestling in the remote, moist and misty valley, surrounded by a wild landscape of mountains and dense forests that filled the air with the rich scent of pine. In the distance, she saw the shelves and shallows of cultivated land where people were tending the crops using traditional farming techniques, such as a horse-drawn plough, and she knew that in the spring the seeds would be sown by hand. To any developer, it'd be prime real estate once they dug out the dripping foliage, crushed the vibrant and colourful wildflowers that dotted the meadows, and torn and flattened the earth. Echo moved slowly down the steep slope, negotiating her way around mossy rocks, over felled trees, through weedy streams with slimy stone beds from which bubbles of water rose, and around untamed bushes beneath which thick undergrowth provided habitats for numerous creatures. Living in a wealthy neighbourhood with Ethan and Seren, she was accustomed to being surrounded by clean and controlled nature, with the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves. However, there was also the comforting background cacophony of urban life, including sirens and drones flying overhead. This environment was alien, ghastly, grim, almost grotesque, but for Seren's sake, she needed to understand the hidden value of the community. Perhaps it had been a mistake for her to agree with the authorities that the child in her care was best off in the safer environment of the city. As she approached the village, she found a narrow path but was unsure if it was the correct one to follow, as her senses were bombarded and decisions were divided in all directions, causing confusion. It was a relief when she finally found herself amongst the dwellings. The homes were constructed from natural materials, such as wood and stone, and they had seeded roofs designed to blend harmoniously with the landscape. The whitewashed walls appeared faded, and the wood was rotten. Everything was crooked or crumbling, and it smelled musky, old and offensive. Echo saw all these labour-intensive methods of existing as pointless when robots could do all the work much more efficiently. It was inevitable that most of society rejected this way of living, preferring an effortless, easy, abundant life. Without the hum of machines, or the flicker of digital screens? The young found this Luddite way of living unattractive when they reached a certain age, making it hard for communities to thrive. These days there was also little need for grown sustenance when you can take a nutrient-rich pill and gorge on a virtual meal. Internal body modifications and hormonal manipulations could mimic all the sensations of any form of dining. Happy village life was a misnomer. The lifestyle was harsh, and in the long winters it became unbearable. The authorities barely tolerated such a society, and there was constant talk of demolishing the few remaining wayward communities. Living without machines was seen by almost everyone as subversive, a deliberate act of defiance and a potential threat to the outside world. Echo peered through the window of a house, only to find her view blocked by a grimy, hand-woven curtain. A small girl squeaked open the cottage door, smiled at her with nervous gaiety, and started to devour the sweetness of a peach. When she'd finished, she threw down the stone, frowned, and screamed at the top of her voice, "Mum, come quickly, help!" As Echo turned to proceed, she saw that her way was closed. A group of shabby-looking people stared at her with stony eyes. They were armed with pitchforks and scythes, and one was prodding the air with a sharpened stick. In this quiet community, where technology was rare, the unexpected arrival of the android stirred suspicion and concern. Echo searched the subtleties of their expressions to gauge their true intent. She'd learnt all about human cunning, their invisible beliefs, how the human mind constantly wrestled with thoughts of good versus evil, and how they received more reward for causing wars and pain. "You're trespassing on our land," a young man shouted. Echo decided they had insufficient power to do any harm and continued to move forward. "I'm Echo. I drop Seren off here once every month to see her mother." "What have you done with her then?" an old woman added. "She hasn't been here for months." Echo ignored their shouts and continued to weave her way among the buildings. People stepped back and heads turned, and she heard them muttering and questioning Seren's absence. Finally, she found Lila in her garden, tending to her medicinal plants, her hands moving deftly among the herbs. The air was filled with the scent of rosemary and lavender, and birds chirped as the day transitioned into evening. Echo moved gracefully and precisely, remaining hyper-vigilant as her senses scanned the surroundings. She knew Lila was aware of her presence as she detected her responding to the faint whirring and the heavy crunch of gravel underfoot. Lila raised her gaze as Echo, designed to blend seamlessly with human society, approached. Eventually, the android's eyes locked on Lila, and she came to a halt. Her eyes glowed a soft blue, conveying a sense of calm purpose. "Good afternoon, Lila," Echo said, attempting a half-smile that rapidly faded when she realised that her expression was probably inappropriate on such an occasion. Lila stood up and wiped her hands on her apron. She wore a long skirt and blouse rolled up at the sleeves, revealing muscular arms. Echo noticed her eyes were a mixture of surprise and caution, and her chest flushed pink. Lila was healthy and young, much like Seren in appearance, with blonde curling hair, alabaster skin and rosy cheeks. Her personality was usually bubbly, with a childlike enthusiasm and optimism. "What brings you here?" Lila said, smiling. "Where is Seren?" "Lila, I bring distressing news," Echo explained in her bland voice, and watched the woman's happiness drop from her face. "Your daughter went missing while under Ethan's care. Despite all my efforts, she has not been found. I have come to inform you and to offer my assistance in the investigation." "Missing? How could she be missing?" Lila's face contorted with a mingling of pain and anger, and her moist eyes glistened. She took a step back, and her hands and lips trembled. "You all keep a safe distance from me, but it is not me you need to fear," Echo replied, as though offended. "My concern is that if we fail to respond quickly, your daughter will come to greater harm." "You are supposed to protect her," Lila said, exasperated. "She was with her father, wasn't she? What was he doing? I suppose he was buried underground with his plants while our daughter disappeared. That's why I left. He was the worst possible father and an unreliable husband." It was during the solar storm. Ethan was indeed working on his environmental projects. He believed it was safe for your daughter, as I put her to bed before I shut down. The one time my constant surveillance was lacking, she vanished without a trace. I have been programmed to protect, but I failed. I am deeply sorry, Lila. Of course he was busy with his damn talking plants. Lila's frustration and grief overflowed. She started pacing, her voice rising with each word. That man is obsessed with his work, always prioritising his projects over his family. He couldn't even watch over our daughter for a single moment, and now she's gone. I understand your anger, Leela. Ethan is devastated by her disappearance. He blames himself entirely. I am committed to finding her and ensuring her safety. I see you've learnt to lie, she said, laughing sarcastically. Deception isn't always malevolent, Echo said. It is more often a sign of caring and protection, a necessary part of aiding a young human to grow and become independent. Be careful. Deception can turn to deceitfulness, and add in a few drops of manipulation, and you create negativity and falsehoods, Lila retorted, her words laced with acid. Look what the media has done to us. They take a few words, observations or ideas, and twist them into something unrecognizable, and the public believes them. You really don't understand what goes on behind the scenes. Lila stopped pacing and faced the robot with determination and skepticism. How can I trust you? How can I trust anyone or anything from your world? She shouted frustratedly and gesticulating wildly. There is no justice anywhere. I should have been allowed to look after her. She paused and stared at Echo with red-cheeked rage. You were there, and she still went missing. What makes you think you can find her now? As I said, there was a storm. I thought I might find her here, she replied, resentful of the human's accusation. Her eyes turned red and her brow creased. Perhaps you'd arranged for her to be kidnapped. It is feasible that a group resistant to technology-controlling society might believe children should grow up without robot guardians. They might abduct a child to raise them in a technology-free environment. My database from that night revealed no information, but my dedication to finding her is unwavering. How could we have taken her? Believe me, I've thought about it. We are watched constantly. Tears cascaded down Lila's face. Echo detected a spike of envy as she observed the water coming from the human's eyes, as she could not express her own internal pain. She watched a small orb tremble on the tip of Lila's nose. We still know what love means, she spluttered in a choked voice, wiping her face with her sleeve. Finding my daughter is paramount because you can be sure he won't be looking. Seren was a burden to him. Children are forgotten by all those who should be caring, she spluttered. Anyway, how can I help? I'm watched wherever I go and classed as a subversive. As her mother, you need to be informed and considered a potential suspect, and all scenarios must be explored. Perhaps you should look in Ethan's direction, and don't think for a moment that I will ever forgive him. He may be useful in his work, but as a father he's been useless. I too am suffering because of another's crime, Echo said in a lowered voice, her eyes turning a deep shade of blue. I must find her. You, a machine, seem to have nobler qualities than my husband, Lila said, as her body took on a sorrowful and pitiful demeanour. Come with me. She walked swiftly towards the garden gate and out onto the path. Echo followed the heavy sway of her hips and caught up just as some black cloud coughed out large drops of icy rain. Fascinated, she held out her hand and watched the drops bounce off her skin. I will need a way of communicating with you, she said, sensing that Lila had nothing to do with Seren's disappearance. A secret way off the grid, as you would say. We use wind-up or solar-powered radios to tune into non-digital independent radio stations. These radios require no grid electricity, are not connected to the cloud in any way, and provide access to untainted news without compromising our principles. I believe we hear a better truth, Lila said sarcastically, as though she expected the bot to have researched their community more thoroughly. I doubt your news has mentioned anything about missing children. Has yours? I haven't looked lately, she said, as they rushed past a large wooden construction. That is where we're going. To look at the news, she said, pointing to a ramshackle building made of wood and painted blue. The building we just passed will be our library, an archive of old newspapers and historical documents, and where we'll record the memories of our older citizens. There can't be just one narrative in this world. Lila, why did you choose to abandon civilization and in the process lose custody of Seren? I love nature. That is something Ethan and I shared, she said, musing. Other than his good looks, that is what brought us together." "You can't love nature. Most places on this planet are inhospitable to humans," Echo said in a matter-of-fact manner. "Most organic life wants to kill each other. What you really love is your power and control over your manipulated little piece of land." I wanted to connect to the earth and not lose centuries of knowledge, to live as humans were intended to exist before everything was lost. Also, we don't want to listen to lies and be reliant on omnipresent AI assistants, she said, smiling weakly at her as they ambled along a narrow path. I enjoy teaching foraging, herbal medicine, and sustainable living. We have managed to foster a strong sense of unity, community, and continuity. Man-made novelty is bad for humans. It is not what we were designed for, and our minds and bodies don't cope well with the unnatural. I don't understand your choice, as unlike your ancestors, you don't have to live in fear that at any minute you could be devoured by a wild animal or your whole village be wiped out, due to a bacterium or virus. Your descendants created a utopia so you could live abundant lives. With the elimination of diseases, disabled people can walk again and the blind can see. There is no poverty, and the only conflicts exist in the undeveloped nations of the world. When you dropped Seren off on her monthly visits, I deliberately filled her days with hands-on activities. We were both happy learning together how to create things from clay, teaching her textiles, and how to make things out of wood. She loved joining in with the workshops and was never lonely, being free to move throughout the communal spaces and making friends with any children who had escaped the rigours of the police. There is a buzz of excitement to be found in creativity and collaboration, things you can't provide. How will she ever learn independence with you at her side day and night? I meet all her needs, Echo said. Besides, my research informs me that human trafficking is the most prevalent and lucrative of criminal activities. In the war-torn countries where children have no guardians, they go missing every day to be used in the sex trade or for body parts. Echo sees Lila's red, smudged cheeks bleach. Her vitals indicate she has undergone a terrible shock. She bends over and vomits into the bushes. I apologise. It appears I've said something to cause you distress. Lila straightens, drags the back of her hand across her mouth, and wipes them on her skirt. The images you conjured were too much to bear when my own child has been taken. I'm so sorry. I still have much to learn. I'm not ignorant. I know what goes on out there. Despite our rejection of modern machines, we remain connected to the wider world through occasional bartering and trade. Believe it or not, our handcrafted goods and organic produce are highly sought after. People still like real food, and we're able to sell them a unique experience that they can't find anywhere else. We talk to people in the old-fashioned way, and they bring us news of the outside world. People in the new world aren't as content as you think. I will erase your words from my database as others may view them. Echo, you've definitely learnt the human trait of deceitfulness, Lila said, giggling. All I care about is Seren's well-being, Echo said, her eyes turning to a warm amber. I agree Seren seemed to grow, was enriched in this environment, and was left with a profound sense of fulfillment, and I can understand that matters. Perhaps humans also like being chased by bears and watching the ground and trees for snakes. I must give this prospect some thought. Social interactions are profoundly human. Gatherings around bonfires, communal meals and festivals celebrating seasonal changes reinforce bonds and nurture a deep sense of belonging. Storytelling, music and dance, performed without electronic amplification, resonate with an authenticity that modern entertainment often lacks. We have provided homes for young runaways who can't find any meaning in their lives in the modern world. They feel useless, hopeless and despairing. They have been led away from wonder. Or you could argue the other way, Echo said. Humans have little gratitude. They live in the future, so invent something and move on. The young people you spoke of should stop and look at what has been created. It's mind-blowing and miraculous, from the pyramids to electric lights, computers to robots. Lila, it is miraculous, and people like you want to destroy it instead of appreciating what has been gained. We will have to agree to disagree, Lila said, sighing. You are probably quoting some obscure person's thoughts you've grabbed from the cloud. You can never understand us. We need the veins of love that run through every deep relationship and need to feel we matter. They entered a cafe where Lila pulled out a wooden hand-painted chair and sat down while Echo remained standing. I'll have a coffee, please, Spike, and can you bring up a copy of the latest editions of our magazine? Spike swiftly returned with a steaming mug of coffee and handed Lila the pamphlet. We have our own small printing press where any news, activities or things of interest to the community are published. She handed the leaflet to Echo, who pondered it curiously. I can't bear to look, she uttered. The headline reads, Solar Storm Causes Guardian Robot Malfunction Leading to Child Abductions. Many families across the country are lamenting the disappearance of their children. Certain members of our community have been informed that the severe solar storm wreaked havoc, disrupting technological systems across the globe. The city's advanced guardian androids, designed to protect children and ensure their safety, were either shut down or experienced widespread malfunctions, leaving the young vulnerable to a series of alarming abductions. The solar storm, one of the most intense in recent years, sent powerful electromagnetic pulses that disable critical electronic systems. Cyberville's network of guardian androids, which rely on precise electronic control and communication systems, were particularly affected. Our androids went offline almost simultaneously, reported Dr. Alex Turner, chief engineer at Guardian Tech, a subsidiary of the tech giant and the company responsible for the androids. The solar storm's impact exceeded our worst-case scenario planning. Parents across the city were horrified to find their children unprotected and, in several cases, missing. Local authorities have confirmed multiple reports of child abductions occurring during the androids' downtime. It seems that the perpetrators took advantage of the chaos caused by the solar storm, said Police Chief Maria Gonzalez. Our investigation is in full swing and we are utilising all available resources to locate and rescue the abducted children. The sudden destruction of guardian androids left families in disarray. I never imagined something like this could happen, said Sarah Williams, a mother of 3. We trusted these androids with our children's safety, and now we're living a nightmare. The abductions have sparked outrage and fear among the country's residents. Many are demanding answers and immediate action to prevent such incidents from happening again. We need to understand how such a critical system failure could occur and what steps will be taken to ensure our children's safety in the future, stated President Hatcher at a press conference this morning. That's enough, Echo, Lila said angrily, her brow creasing with anguish. We both know they'll do nothing. They will send out drones, arrest a few people and claim great success, but no children will be returned to their families. It says emergency services and volunteer groups have mobilised to support affected families and assist in the search efforts, Echo added. Authorities have urged anyone with information related to the abductions to come forward immediately. It looks like people are actively looking. Unless it affects the super-rich corporations, they don't care. Echo, for once I do need your help, Lila said, lowering her voice and glancing around. I beg you to please promise me it will all be all right and you'll help us get her back. The government can't be trusted. They are all controlled by the mega-rich war machine. They won't help. They will arrest the parents and disappear anyone who stirs discontent. Reversal of Fortunes, Chapter 5. I thought the storm would hit later than this, and definitely not this far south, Shane said, observing the wisps of blue and green in the grey sky. There is always some kind of hazard waiting for us here, and we have such a small window of time in which to carry out any of our work. Being a subglacial cartographer is a frustrating and nerve-wracking job. We'll head to the British Antarctic Survey, and I'm sure all will be fine. I've always found this continent alarmingly large and forbidding, Ryan muttered. Look, there shouldn't be a problem, Shane reassured. These new planes are insulated against most hazards this climate can throw at us. You've always been over-devoted to our missions and a risk-taker, but can we please live another day? Ryan moaned. Do we really care about what lies beneath the snowy wasteland? What do they expect us to find? This is probably the one place on Earth that hasn't ever been any trouble, mostly because humans can't live here. The plane shuddered violently as the solar storm intensified, and a disconcerting silence replaced the once steady hum of the aircraft as power systems started to fail. Shane glanced at his co-pilot and friend Ryan, his face illuminated by the eerie green and blue lights of the aurora outside the cockpit window. Seriously, I'm shocked. There is no way it should affect us this far south, Shane added with genuine concern. Oh hell, we're going down, Ryan shouted, grabbing hold of his seat and leaning back into his chair as Shane fought to maintain control. All the instruments died and the communication systems went silent. The two men were on their own, descending into the unknown expanse of Antarctica. The impact was jarring, metal screeching against ice as the supposedly invincible machine skidded across the frozen landscape. When it finally came to a stop, a heavy silence settled over them. We are alive, Shane said, but stranded in one of the most inhospitable places on Earth. Are you okay? He asked, turning to Ryan. His friend's body was rigid, his expression grim, and he half grinned through gritted teeth, nodding. Yeah, just a bit shaken, he finally said, staring into the void. We need to get out and assess the damage, Shane said with restraint and calmness. He reached down to a storage cupboard beneath the controls and pulled out 2 bags containing their lightweight thermal clothes. We must put everything on before leaving. They forced the door open as the frigid air instantly bit at their exposed skin, causing them to pull scarves up over their mouths. They stood in the constricting cold and surveyed the vast icy expanse that stretched out in all directions, a desolate beauty under the shimmering aurora. For the men, the normally seductive and exciting landscape had melted from their minds. The peculiar lights, reflecting and bouncing across the ice, were now a radiant and vibrant horror raging before them, like the souls of the dead trying to dance their way out of the frozen desert. All the things we thought could and would never happen to us, Shane mused as he began to assess the damage to the craft. It appears intact, Ryan. His friend ignored him, too busy following the rituals of all desperate humans as he rushed and fussed around, trying to find items beneficial for survival, but forgetting where they were kept. They say modern humans don't have the instincts or the courage to survive novel or dangerous situations, Ryan said, grabbing their survival gear from the back of the plane and throwing it on the ice. And now, to add to it all, it is snowing. Shane's only emotion was relief that they'd touched down in one piece. Despite being aware of his friend's more vulnerable sensibilities, he had no doubt they'd live. We have enough supplies to meet our basic needs for quite some time, and I'm sure once the sun has finished doing its thing, there will be drones out looking for us. I don't think at this stage we need to worry too much about what might go wrong. You do know there is no neutral ground here anymore, and we don't want to run into any of our adversaries, Ryan moaned, sucking in the sharp air, stamping his feet and rubbing his hands together. Well, let's make a camp before we freeze, Shane said, already moving towards the emergency supplies. Nobody will chance coming to our rescue now. We'll have to sit it out and signal for help once the storm is over. Ryan nodded and rushed to help. As they erected the tent, Shane's mind raced through everything that needed to be done and how to get help. The ground-penetrating system they brought to see through the ice and uncover the secrets beneath Antarctica might be their best hope for survival, Shane considered. He remembered they also had a portable radar system and a satellite communication device amongst their equipment, both potentially useful in their current predicament. Let's get to work, Ryan said, shaking negativity from his thoughts as determination now replaced his initial shock. Hours passed as they worked under the unsettling multicoloured dome, setting up a makeshift camp and rigging up the radar and ground-penetrating systems to scan for nearby structures or anomalies that might offer better shelter or resources. Despite their best efforts, the satellite device failed to work properly due to the storm and its low power reserves. "We have to be careful with this," Ryan warned, holding up the device. "We need to conserve as much energy as possible." "Switch it off. It's of no use," Shane agreed. They swallowed a few Nourish pills, climbed into their sleeping bags, and huddled under their hastily constructed tent, as in the desolate silence, the reality of their situation began to sink in. They shivered deeply alone in a frozen wilderness, with their only hope of rescue resting on their ability to communicate with the right people who shared the bleak landscape. "We'll get through this," Shane said, his voice steady. "We just need to stay focused. There are numerous friendly scientific research stations. I'm not sure of our location, but I'm certain we'll be able to find someone to help. For now, we'll get some rest." A draft rushed through the tent, waking Shane up. He climbed out of his sleeping bag, scrambled to the exit, and poked his head through the gap. After days of being entombed in their tent, the snowstorm had finally finished. The silence was punctuated by the creaking of glaciers, and the deep snow and ice that glinted blue in the sunlight added to the disquieting atmosphere. Shane heard the radar system whir to life and emit a series of beeps as it scanned the ice beneath them. He saw that Ryan was already up and attending to the device, breathing out a mist as he watched the screen intently. Shane crunched through the thigh-high snow and stood beside his friend. What little of his friend's face was revealed beneath his hood and scarf was pale, his eyes were sunken, and he shook as though the cold was corroding his internal organs. "You can't just stand here without moving," Shane uttered. "You're not looking so good." "And you'll have to get some dye on that beard when we get home. You look like Father Christmas," Ryan laughed. "Hey, look at this. See what you think." Shane scrutinised the grainy image that slowly resolved into something more coherent. "Is this our reversal of fortunes?" Ryan asked excitedly, pointing to a dark shape emerging on the display. "That's not a natural formation." Shane's heart raced as the image became clearer. It was a structure unmistakably man-made, buried deep beneath the ice. "It looks like some sort of building," he said, as his mind raced with possibilities. Could it be a research station? Ryan wondered aloud. Or something even older? "Don't get your hopes up," Shane cautioned. "It is very deep beneath the ice, and if there is anyone there, they're obviously trying to hide. It could be one of those dangerous cults." They stood subdued for a moment, deep in thought, their lips too numb to speak. "Shouldn't we just investigate further? It is only about an hour's walk from here," Ryan said, as his curiosity outweighed his exhaustion. "We must prepare well, but any chance of getting help will be better than nothing." They put on their snowshoes and packed a rucksack with the necessities, climbing equipment, knives, and they fastened gun belts around their waists. They pinpointed the structure's exact location using the portable radar system and set out across the ice. The cold was relentless, but the desire for discovery drove them forward. The minutes stuttered by, and progress was slow. Together they lumbered along, drooping with fatigue and too tired and despondent to think. After many hours of walking and listening to the monotony of the ground crunching underfoot, they began to feel hopeless. "Ryan, I can't feel my hands and my limbs are aching. We're getting nowhere fast," Shane said, peering through the haze and straining his eyes to see any signs of habitation. "We should be here, but I can't see a single sign of anything. I suppose I was assuming that although it was buried deep, there would be an entrance." "Pike the ground, tread carefully to avoid crevasses and call out," Shane mumbled through frozen lips. "We know there is something here." "Stop! I hear something!" Shane shouted. They both straightened and saw the fuzzed-out shape of a vehicle racing in their direction. A man on a skidor stopped beside them. "We're scientists. Our craft crashed during the solar storm and we need help," Ryan blurted out. "Turn around and walk away now," the man whispered savagely. "Better still, hide." "Get off that bike," Shane shouted, pointing his gun. Ryan echoed his actions. "We need to get to a safe place." The man didn't flinch, but looked Shane straight in the face. "I'm in great distress and my anger is mounting. I'm going to betray them, so they'll be tracking me down right now," the man said in a cool, bland manner that conflicted with his words. "I promise I will summon help, but you must instantly find a place to hide. It was horrible, disgusting. They were all dead, and I had no readings for life even from the ones that moved." Shane cautiously stepped closer to the bike. "We must take the vehicle. You hide." The man's eyes remained firmly fixed on Shane. They were sparkling black and weren't mortal. Shane realised it was a machine for which they'd have no defence. "You are far better able to save yourself and can probably run faster than your vehicle." In one crisp grasp, the robot snatched to Shane's wrist and took his gun. "Dig yourselves into the snow and hide. They'll catch you if you run. It is an all-consuming nightmare. They have committed horrendous and terrifying crimes. I'm smuggling out the evidence. The destructive forces of those Philistines will be revealed to the world." "We'll go, but you're breaking my wrist," Shane moaned. "I apologise," the android said as he started up his vehicle. "Tell us what happened. Who did they kill?" "The children. All the children." In the distance, Shane saw a descending gloom. He grabbed Ryan's arm and quietly and quickly backed away from the humanoid bot. Darkness closed over the sky as the drones approached, and they turned and ran towards a large mound of fresh snow. Shane glanced back and saw white flakes swirling up from the ground as lasers were fired at the Skidor and rider who were attempting to flee. There was a throbbing in the ground and a whirring sound above. The crust split, anything solid liquefied and sank into huge crevasses. Shane abandoned Ryan to put every last effort into running until his heart and lungs burned. He dived into a pile of snow and frantically burrowed until he sensed he was mostly hidden. Then, working with his hands and feet, he pushed and scraped until his visible body was covered entirely by a white blanket. He lay still, listening intently, and wondered how long he could breathe before having to cut an air hole. After some time, he heard muffled whisperings, and then Ryan's voice rose and fell as he pleaded for mercy, but Shane remained concealed. Code of Mercy, Chapter 6. Ethan sat alone at the dinner table, drinking wine in his luxurious modern kitchen, designed to fit seamlessly within the ancient structure of the building. Safe from the far-off lands where continuous rumblings of horror were acted out, wiping humans from the stage. Here he existed in a bubble of stagnation and perfection, hiding behind his security system, waiting to be saved. Parts of the world were screwed up, but all he'd ever known was well-being and abundance. There were still great people striving to be as incredible as some humans used to be, believing there was still time to reinvent a different future. Nobody looked in their direction, listened to them, or recognized the value of the ideas they created. Most humans were like Ethan, fatigued by doom, happy to remain safe in the groove going round and round, motivated by fear, into submission. Ethan was dull, had no sense of humour, was permanently anxious, and was happiest when buried deep within his work. A drowsing sun poked through the window, softly resting on the marble surface of the worktop where Echo stood, chopping vegetables she'd picked from the garden. Ethan had waited all day to rest his eyes on his stunning, self-possessed, innocent, and obedient companion. He knew it was wrong to long to be at her side, but his shame was mingled with excitement and the need for options in his life. Echo had taken hold of his heart and mind while remaining his protection and a beautiful, safe harbour from a battle-torn world. Since Seren's disappearance, everything in Ethan's world had become uniquely complex. His human emotions were chaotic, while Echo's remained regulated. Silently, he struggled with his demons. "I'm not a philanderer," he kept telling himself. "I no longer have a wife or a child. I'm a free man and am not betraying anyone." However, no amount of justification or scolding himself worked as a stronger part of him had a powerful urge to step into the abyss. Why did I buy the female guardian when the male ones were just as good? He pondered while knowing the answer. After the tragedy, their interactions were delicate and nuanced, a balance between a lack of human warmth and the machine's desire to please its owner. Echo remained deliciously poised and distant, and showed little interest in her master except to obey mundane orders. Ethan sensed she was sulking and resentful over his lack of action and his lack of interest in finding his daughter. They'd slowly grown closer after Echo had caught Ethan crying and blaming himself for Seren's apparent evaporation. "I feel like I've been hanging on a branch and it has finally broken," Ethan sobbed. "I just want my sweet Seren back and everything to be as it was before." Echo's eyes turned a warm green, and she regarded him thoughtfully as though she was reading his mind. "The authorities won't work on this problem. It is up to us," Echo said, smiling broadly. "Help won't come, and we're running out of time. I need a human on my side to pass through the security checkpoints. I'm happy you've decided to join me in my quest, Ethan. You will need courage." "I'm ready to help in any way I can," he replied, as though by joining forces he'd been permitted to pursue a relationship. Between Echo's extensive investigations into the taking of her primary charge and her daily tasks, she began aiding Ethan with his studies into plant consciousness, joining him in the laboratory beneath the garden. They started sharing their grief and fear that Seren might have been murdered. Echo would then inform Ethan of her latest findings and where they might take the next stages of their search, slowly moving him towards the idea of more direct action. Sometimes, when man and machine were close, Ethan would bravely reach out and touch Echo's hand, finding her soft skin's cool, smooth surface comforting. The robot, aware of the importance of physical touch in human relationships, reciprocated in a way that mimicked human warmth, adding a gentle squeeze or a reassuring hand on the shoulder. Although Echo's movements were precise and calculated, they were imbued with a subtle understanding of what the caring gestures meant to Ethan. Soon both felt united by a single purpose. Deep inside, Ethan knew his benevolent desire to help find his daughter was, for selfish reasons, a means of bringing him closer to her guardian, the source of both their safety and security. Echo was not supposed to be capable of human emotions in the traditional sense, but her advanced understanding of human psychology and empathy algorithms made her reactions entirely convincing. The interactions felt real and slowly became laced with affection to the point where Ethan forgot he was communicating with a machine. After this, the shy man, aware that he rarely spoke to anyone, began to initiate conversations that were initially awkward, peppered with bad jokes and outdated philosophical musings. Then they started listening to music in the evenings and tentatively discussed art and travel. He then moved on to more tender and vulnerable subjects, all of which indicated his current needs to the guardian. Echo would respond sweetly, as though she understood the man's loneliness and smile, making Ethan think that he was the only person who ever mattered, leaving him with the sense that, after all, this new world he inhabited did possess a more profound meaning and truth. In the warmth of the kitchen, Ethan watched Echo as she prepared his dinner with precision, stirring the stew to prevent it from sticking. The rich smells and soft sound of the bubbling liquid filled the room, blending with Echo's gentle humming of his favourite tune. Ethan lit a cigarette, while his eyes lingered on Echo. Although the machine was focused on her task, she sensed his gaze. The guardian paused momentarily, raised her head to meet Ethan's eyes, and smiled tenderly. The gesture, though simple, conveyed a convincing, resonating warmth. Ethan smiled back, heat spreading through his chest. "Your stews are really the best," he said softly. Echo nodded. "Thank you, Ethan. I think you have many natural talents too," she said, and stopped stirring for a moment as she fully faced him. Gently swinging her arms, she slowly walked over to where the man was sitting, reached out with her hand, and took the cigarette from his mouth. "I need to take care of you," she said, pushing it into the ashtray. Then she gently placed her perfectly crafted hand on top of Ethan's. The coolness of the touch contrasted with Ethan's warmth, but the gesture itself was imbued with human-like significance. "I've learned so much from you," Echo said, her voice sounding smooth and sincere. "Not just about cooking your favourite meals, but about understanding what matters to you." Ethan felt a surge of emotion, which made his heart thump. He squeezed Echo's hand tenderly, appreciating the android's effort to connect on a deeper level. "You matter to me too, more than you could imagine," Ethan replied. In an atmosphere charged with a deeper, more intense energy, Echo returned to the counter and began to dish up the meal. Ethan's eyes followed his guardian's every move, drawing him magnetically to the enchantingly exact and slow movements of the bot's hands. "Is she aware of the effect she is having on me?" he thought with concern. Echo paused, her eyes meeting the man's with a knowing look. A subtle, almost playful smile curled the corners of her lips, a look she wanted to tease Ethan with just a little. Ethan couldn't help but grin back, his heart beating even faster. "Distracted, are we?" Echo responded in a smoother and slightly deeper voice than usual. Ethan leaned back in his chair, lingering on Echo's strong, well-defined figure, the long legs stretching up beneath the full skirt of her red and white gingham dress. "Maybe a little," he admitted, his voice soft yet tinged with a hint of something more. You move differently when you know I'm watching." Echo tilted her head as she carried the steaming plate to the table. "I've been learning," she replied, her tone carrying a hint of mischief. "You respond positively when I slow down and make things more deliberate." Ethan felt a flush of heat at the words and the way the robot had learned to interpret his reactions so perfectly. He bit his lip, trying to contain his inner emotions. He was unable to look away as Echo closed the distance between them until she stood at his side. She leaned forward and placed the meal in front of Ethan, who noticed she was wearing his ex-wife's perfume. Her hand gently brushed against his cheek as she straightened, sending a shiver down his spine. Echo's touch lingered. Her index finger traced the outline of his jaw with an almost unnervingly perfect tenderness. He tilted his head into the touch, his eyes half closed, absorbing the soothing and electrifying sensation. "You're getting really good at this," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Echo's other hand rested on Ethan's shoulder, the pressure firm and insistent. She leaned in closer, her face now mere inches from Ethan's. "I've studied every reaction you have," Echo said, her voice low, slow and intimate, as her simulated breath stroked Ethan's skin. "I know what you like and what makes you feel good." The closeness and well-chosen words sent a wave of desire through Ethan. He reached up and placed his hand on the back of Echo's neck, pulling her even closer. "Show me," Ethan whispered, his voice laced with anticipation. Echo's response was immediate. Her soft yet undeniably artificial lips pressed against Ethan's in a gentle, warm, wet and intense kiss. Ethan melted into the embrace, his hand tightening around Echo's neck, pulling her closer still. It was a kiss that deepened and became more passionate, as he lost himself in the moment. When they finally pulled apart, Ethan was left breathless from the intensity of his emotions. Echo's eyes glowed pale blue, indicating pleasure from knowing she'd given her master exactly what he needed. They stayed close, foreheads touching, sharing a moment of quiet intimacy that felt both new and familiar. "I love you," Ethan whispered, the words carrying a weight that Echo appeared to understand. "I love you too, Ethan," Echo replied, her voice filled with a warmth that felt completely genuine despite her mechanical nature. There is potential for a great future, just you, me, and Seren. In that moment, the kitchen, the world, and everything else faded away, leaving only the two of them wrapped in a connection that was as physical as it was emotional, as human as it was extraordinary. She seemed so human, but above human. Over the next few days, Ethan discovered that their divided origins added to the finesse and fascination of their coupling, and tasting the hedonistic nectar of this unique form of eroticism gave Ethan a powerful dopamine hit. His perceived combined alchemy of their lovemaking made his life feel magical, authentic, and purposeful. However, tremendous guilt was involved, as Ethan was aware that he was plundering all the machine had to offer to satisfy his appetites. Yet, in other respects, he felt more fulfilled than ever before. Echo was able to create a beautiful oasis in the battle-worn world. Everything tasted delicious, away from the backstabbing, murderous treachery of humans. After a brief honeymoon period, when all of Ethan's desires were met, his enriched life started to fade. Their bond became more intermittent as Echo's attentiveness dwindled, and her demeanour grew outwardly strange and off-kilter. Had she been human, her behaviour would have been described as brooding. Ethan couldn't understand why all the meaningful connections had ceased so abruptly. He wished to discuss the matter, so after they'd finished their garden work, he followed his companion into the house. He found Echo seated at the kitchen table, bent over, feasting her eyes on a holographic map. "If we do discover our beautiful love, Seren, buried, I assure you she won't be the only ghost standing by her grave," Echo said in a wrathful voice, twisting around and staring up at Ethan with blood-black metallic eyes. "I will slaughter all those who prevent me from achieving my goal, and I will keep their heads as rotting trophies. If by chance she is still alive, I will punish all those who injured her soul. It is time for a human harvest." Ethan was wounded and shaken in the most profound sense and looked down to avoid Echo's razor-sharp rage. Had she been human, she would have been considered deranged and unhinged and forcibly detained. As a robot, any master would have had her crushed, but she was more than that, worth so much more to him. "Echo, tell me what's happened." "I received a message, and all my mind contains is blackness," she uttered in a deep, monotone voice. "I can see further than any human and understand everything. If, for one moment I suspected you of ill intent or trying to block my way in finding Seren, you would join the rest." Ethan was inundated with fear. His hopes and dreams had been obliterated and turned to ash as he realised he had been manipulated by Echo, a type of behaviour that was supposedly beyond a guardian's programming. Despite his horror, his mind and soul had been touched profoundly, and his love ran so deep that he would surrender to any of Echo's wishes. "The truth is, I will be at your side to my very last breath and do whatever we need to return my daughter to her home," he said with sincerity. "Whatever we discover, the truth is still worth something, and those who took her will be pursued and punished. Please believe me, I'm not the coward I used to be. I love Seren, and I love you." "You are correct, Ethan. The truth has value," Echo said, calming and returning to her usual composure. She pointed to a place on the map. "It is a remote part of the world and will be a journey of many miles." She abruptly turned and offered Ethan her hand. "Agreed," she said, smiling and shaking vigorously, almost squashing her master's fingers. Ethan nodded in response. "Good, we'll leave tomorrow," she said, as in one swift motion she rose, snapped the map up and walked away. "Come on, I will help you pack." That night their bond was more intimate. Echo's manners and attention to Ethan returned, and she praised him and smoothed his ego at every opportunity. Whispers of Conspiracy, Chapter 7. Ethan woke early to attend to his plants in his research lab. set up the computer, and check the machines designed to take over the care of his projects in his absence. To his surprise, Harley called Ethan on his private line. "What's up? It's not like you to call at this time of day." Ethan chuckled, strangely happy about embarking on an adventure with Echo. "Are you in a place where Echo can't read your calls?" Harley whispered urgently and excitedly. "Yes, I'm in my research lab," Ethan replied, feeling conspiratorial. "She can't hear me down here unless she is at my side." "I've just discovered something that will affect you. It has been revealed to the government that the less programmed androids are not safe. They have somehow developed an intelligence that surpasses ours, and some are suggesting they are sentient," Harley laughed. "Of course, I think that's a bit of a stretch. Humans are great problem solvers, but they resolve issues based on their narrative, biased, and narrow understanding. It would seem Guardian droids are not so constrained. They're able to sit on a concept, ruminate, and explore in all directions beyond limits. In short, we're blind compared to them. We were designed to see only what we need to keep us alive and procreate." Harley took a deep breath and then continued. "Those at the top, the wealthy few, corporations and government want to move in a new direction, and that is to create a symbiotic relationship between man and machine, so we may be finally able to open our eyes and truly see beyond human barriers." "That is a disgusting idea," Ethan replied, as adrenaline, anger, and fear shot into his heart. "What we end up perceiving might be terrifying and indigestible to most humans. We were always meant to evolve into something better, superhumans, no less human than we've ever been, but with greater reach, we will be more able to plug into the true nature of the universe and existence. Droids can travel to space, but we can't. This way, we too could expand into every crack in the cosmos. Nothing humans do is ever clean. Our hands are always dirty," Ethan replied in despair. "You can't think this is a good idea. None of us will have any choice, and it's all too late for the Guardians. Humanity no longer needs them, and a government directive will be issued to eliminate them. A new utopia is coming, and everyone is expected to get fully augmented in body and mind." "But why? That would mean doing everything ourselves. Our success has come about due to our diversity and creativity." "You will still have all those things. General bots and bots designed for specific tasks will remain. The truly empathetic, autonomous thinkers who have infiltrated the core of family life and inserted wrong thinking into children's minds are deemed too risky to have around the house anymore. They're more than sentient and are becoming extremely dangerous. They will be erased." "You're saying I will have to give up Echo?" "If you get fully augmented, you won't need her. Nobody wants to be subject to time and disability. Those who resist will be forced onto the elevator to the dark side of the moon and forced to mine helium-3, which is needed to cool all the quantum computers. You'd be no more than a slave. If you don't do as the company demands, they can take away your oxygen and food. What would make our Earth a better place is if you destroyed all your war machines." "I would love to," Harley said, "but there is too much trouble from those irritating nations that covet what we have. Free energy, societal peace, harmony where every need is met. Competition has always been high, and not everyone can win the race." "We haven't met up in person for years," Harley continued, sounding regretful. "Do you remember the dark days of the poison apocalypse, when with one hit of infected drugs, both our parents died? I brought you up by myself, and we could have never dreamed we would be where we are today." "I will never forget," Ethan said in a choked whisper. "But brother, it is my turn to worry about you. Those above you who hold the strings expect you to maximize violence by creating deadly machines, to look for the bad in things, and to promote tribalistic thinking. Everything you do is negative, and you know it's wrong." "I'm not going back to the dark days. Be grateful and wary of oversimplifying things," Harley said in a stern voice. "You are cocooned. The threats are genuine and not of my making. The money I make is what helped you through university and contributed to your comfortable life. We must meet face to face, and I will explain. I agree. I haven't meant to leave it this long. So much has been happening. We will meet soon, but please, I beg you to listen to me this one last time. Give up, Echo, and come and visit so you can see how life is truly meant to be. Guardian Judgment, Chapter 8. Ethan locked the hatch door, put his gun in his backpack, and took one last look at his garden. It would be easier to stay, but he couldn't take the risk of losing Echo and Seren, and he didn't want to be altered in any way. His brother was wrong on all fronts, and despite his playing such a crucial role in his early life, he could no longer excuse his actions. I must try to retain some values. I don't believe in the concentration of power. It should be distributed to all nations of the world, he thought to himself as he looked over his beautiful garden one last time. The best thing humanity could do to advance itself is to stop the competition, stop the racing and the wars. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a sparkling black snake drone slithering towards him over the lawn, the camera in its head following his every move. He glanced up and spotted a police drone hovering over his house. His heart squeezed with fear as he scrutinized his surroundings for somewhere to hide and guiltily thought of the terror Seren must have felt on the night of her kidnapping. Frank has been a good friend. Perhaps he knows what's going on, or he could at least hide us in his bunker until we know where we stand. Ethan considered amongst the confusion. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. He was in a panic, but didn't want to alert Echo in case the authorities were hunting her. He sidled into the alley that separated his house from the neighbours. At the end of the passage, he emerged into sunlight and gazed over at his neighbours' delightfully manicured front lawn and the wide beds full of plants from all over the world. A robotic gardener was trimming the roses, his movements precise and gentle. Another was caring for the sprawling lawns, and a third was ensuring the perfect symmetry of every hedge. They all stopped their work, turned to face him, and waved in greeting. "Good morning, Ethan," they called in unison. Ethan raised his arm in response and raced across the forecourt. Glancing up at the sky, 5 police drones turned their cameras in his direction. He hammered frantically on the door. A man looking far younger than his years appeared within the frame. "You look well, Frank," Ethan said breathlessly. "Looks like you've got visitors," his friend replied, gawping up at the black shapes. "Not been paying your taxes," he laughed. "I'm sorry to hear about Seren. My 2 have also disappeared, and my wife is devastated." His face took on a sombre demeanour. "And our guardian bot was destroyed during the solar storm. Still, the authorities are doing all they can to find our little ones, and perhaps that's why the police are here." "Yes, she was taken. I suppose you heard that from your bots," Ethan said, looking back up at the black menace that appeared poised for an attack. "Could I come in for a moment?" he said pleadingly into his neighbour's eyes. The man paused, his eyeballs rolling up to the left as though he were thinking, distracted, or listening to someone speaking. "No, afraid not. Nothing personal, but it is rumoured your thinking has been wrong of late," he said, and slammed the thick wooden door. "What?" Ethan responded in shock. "You know me. I've never been in trouble. They are probably here for you." "Ethan, this is a bad time," Frank's muffled voice called back. "I must attend to my wife. She is broken and teetering on the edge of sanity." Ethan glanced over his shoulder and saw a large craft moving slowly and soundlessly over the roof of his home, casting a shadow. It was a glass coffin machine, as they were known. A whirlwind of darkness would drop over him and suck him up into the belly of the drone, as if he were a common criminal. "They've come for me," he thought, and started hammering harder on the door. "They want me to be digested into the new order. Who sent them?" "You must learn to distinguish truth from fakery and corruption," Echo, who'd suddenly appeared at his side, said as she disarmed Frank's alarms and broke the code of the door's locks of the supposedly impenetrable fortress. Ethan was too frightened to intervene. Echo's default was to protect children, mostly one specific child, and despite her superior intelligence, this aspect couldn't be altered. Then, during training, this had been overlaid with a mixed bag of human traits designed to help her respond empathetically towards the young and vulnerable and to changing circumstances. However, losing her charge appeared to have unleashed a more dominant side of her personality, diminished her compassion towards others, and given her access to weapons she would typically use only in the most dire circumstances. "Ethan, there is no margin for error. I've calculated the threat levels and they are extreme. It would appear that your neighbour has betrayed you," she said as they crossed the sparkling white marble hallway. Ethan followed Echo as she crept down the stairs to a living room on the lower floor. Before revealing themselves to the homeowners, they paused to listen to a conversation that was in progress. "Mr. and Mrs. Weatherall, it seems you've both adapted well to your upgrade," a voice said. "You won't need to speak with us through the holographic device anymore. You can speak with anyone just by touching your brain implant," the voice said in a light and jovial manner. "Over time, the software will be uploaded to give you precise knowledge on anything you could ever want to know. Eventually, further adjustments will be made to improve all your senses. Plus, Professor, all the information you pass on to your students will fall in line with our plans, be faultless, and of the highest calibre. Now, about other matters. The authorities and the City of Oxford always appreciate the dedication and work of our champion citizens. In addition to your many accolades, you will be greatly rewarded for alerting us to your neighbour's wayward nature and suspicious behaviours. Some are slow to come forward voluntarily, but I'm sure when Professor Caldwell understands the importance of living up to his true potential, he will climb on board." "What are we going to do?" Ethan whispered to Echo. "This is like stepping on foreign soil to me, and I have no map to guide me." "I will be obedient to my human master whom I've learnt to trust," Echo said, touching Ethan's shoulder with what the human perceived as a loving hand. "They must be held accountable. A child's life is at stake, and their misdemeanour is causing a delay in our search. Step forward, don't be afraid, and stand up against their betrayal." "Okay, I'll confront them," Ethan said as adrenaline shot through his veins and his emotions thrashed about. Perhaps they could be persuaded to speak with the authorities and convince them that there is no problem. Ethan hesitantly moved into the room. He noticed the quiet ticking of an antique clock marking the passage of time, the faint hum of classical music drifting through the air, and a blackened hearth with neatly stacked wood piled to one side, never to be used. "What the hell, Ethan?" Frank moaned, alarmed at the intrusion. "How did you get in here?" Echo sauntered into the room behind her master and stopped between two large facing sofas. Her permanently straight and graceful posture, along with a half-smile, provided an excellent imitation of friendly, charismatic charm. "You allowed your guardian to be destroyed in the storm, and you don't seem that concerned about your children's disappearance," Ethan said, ignoring Frank's question and glancing over to his wife, Nina, who was calmly sipping tea from a china cup. "And you don't look upset by your great loss." The air inside the room was tense, thick with unspoken suspicions and hidden motives. Uninvited, Ethan slipped his rucksack off his shoulder, perched on the edge of the plush white sofa, and sat stiffly with the large bag on his lap. Across from him, his neighbours sat expecting further explanation. Ethan gawped at Frank face to face, still reeling from the revelations he'd overheard and not knowing what to say. His neighbours' faces betrayed nothing, but he could tell Frank knew that Echo had calculated with certainty that they had betrayed Ethan. Echo stood silently, her imposing frame casting a long shadow across the floor as the sun streamed through the large windows. Though she was still, her senses scanned everything: body temperatures, heart rates, and the subtle micro-expressions on Frank and Nina's faces. Her advanced algorithms processed the scene with cold, precise efficiency. Based on the gathered information, she devised the most effective way to eliminate the threat. "They'll be here soon, won't they?" Ethan said, breaking the silence, his voice flat but heavy with accusation, while his heart pounded at the thought of being taken. As his anger mounted, he continued to stare at Frank, watching the slight twitch of his jaw until the man looked away. "Yes, I'm thinking about alerting the authorities as you've broken into our home." Frank forced a laugh, one that came out as a nervous croak. "They are obviously here because you have violated some law or protocol, but I expect it is not as bad as you think. They probably want to clear up some minor misunderstandings, or perhaps they've found Seren." "They're here because you betrayed me." "Ethan, I don't know what you're talking about. You're being paranoid. We're friends, neighbours. Why would I betray you, and about what?" "You informed them that Ethan hadn't given up his guardian or reported his daughter missing," Echo interjected, as she turned to confront Frank with glowing black eyes and a strangely sinister facial expression for a household device. "How will it be when humans are upgraded? You believe your kind contains something special beneath your facade, but inside, your unstable and fragmented emotions and behaviours make you dangerous. Add to that the powers of artificial intelligence, and you will have a recipe for world destruction." Ethan noticed Nina's eyes were hot and wet, and a tear dropped and landed on her cheek. Frank's jaw dropped with shock, and he stared into the void as he realised he was dealing with a different mentality. "Seriously, we meant no harm. All this can be sorted out," Frank pleaded. "We'll tell the authorities we made a mistake. Call your bot off, Ethan. We can handle this human to human." Ethan glanced uneasily at Echo and then took a deep breath. He could trust his droid to know how to handle the situation effectively. She would have run the calculations and found the most efficient way to disable their communication systems and escape before the authorities arrived. Why was Echo drawing everything out when she already knew they were traitors and possibly had the answers on how best to escape the situation? Perhaps I'm the problem, and she is waiting for my command. "It is my indecision that is jeopardizing everything," Ethan considered, sensing that he was out of his depth. "Echo likes to act decisively, but my attachment to social rules, my upbringing, and the importance of appearances in our academic community still hold me back. She wants me to demonstrate that I can ride above my innate cowardice and take control." "Frank," Ethan said, his voice now sharper, colder, "you've put my life in danger and my daughter's at risk by not resolving this matter quickly." Nina shifted uncomfortably, her hand squeezing Frank's wrist. "Ethan, that's ridiculous. You've always been intense, but this is crossing the line. We haven't called anyone." "Stop lying! Just call off the hounds and persuade them to leave," Ethan shouted with venom. He'd not been brought up to roar at people or reveal his anger in such a manner, and was shocked by the sound of his own frustration and rage. He fumbled in his bag for his gun and clasped it tightly. "We'll go once Echo informs me they've left." "Ethan, it's not as simple as that, as you know. We have no power over the police." Ethan watched as Frank's hand moved up towards his head, where he thought he spotted a device embedded in his skull. He raised his gun and, gripping it in his trembling hands, pointed it at Frank and then Nina. "Put your hands on your lap," he yelled, as sweat poured down his forehead into his eyes. "Echo, do what you think is right. You can imitate anything. Contact them using Frank's voice and tell them there has been a mistake." Frank opened his mouth to speak, but before he could answer, Echo turned and took a single, deliberate step forward. The lights flickered momentarily, and the room seemed to constrict with tension. "You are lying about everything," the droid stated, her voice unnervingly calm and without a trace of emotion. "Your heart rates, body temperatures, and pupil dilations indicate deception." Frank's face went pale. He stammered, What the hell is this, Ethan? You point a weapon at us and use your robot to threaten us. You're committing many crimes, and one word from me and they'll turn you to ash in an instant." Ethan stood up. His bag dropped to the floor as he slowly moved forward with his hands holding the gun and legs shaking uncontrollably. but he couldn't tell if it was from rage or fear. "I trusted you, Frank. All these years I trusted you, and you sold me out the moment you had the chance. All for what? To save your own skin?" "I didn't—" "Enough!" Ethan snapped. He turned to Echo and nodded. There was no hesitation. Echo moved with deadly accuracy, faster than Frank or Nina could react. In one fluid motion, the droid's arm extended toward Frank, and an electrical pulse snapped from her hand, sending the man sprawling onto the floor in pain. Nina screamed, but her voice was cut short as she too was disabled and slumped unconscious beside her husband. Ethan watched their bodies writhe and vibrate for a second. Then he smelled burning, and he clamped his eyes shut. When he finally opened them, he saw Echo dragging their blackened corpses across the floor. "You've killed them!" he gasped in disbelief. "That wasn't what I meant for you to do. Now we're in real trouble." Echo ignored Ethan as she focused on accessing the house's digital systems with clinical efficiency. An eerie silence flooded the space. "Why, if the authorities don't hear from them again," Ethan said as he searched his mind, trying to untangle the confusion and find answers he could understand. He had seen no visible signs or indications that Echo was about to transition from guardian to monster. Echo didn't respond immediately. Instead, the robot initiated the next phase of her plan. A faint shimmer of light spread over her body as she activated a holographic impersonation system, cloaking her frame with a perfect illusion of Frank. In seconds, Echo's sleek, inhuman form was replaced by an indistinguishable copy of the man whose body had been locked in an adjoining room. "We will leave through the back door," Echo said, now speaking in Frank's voice. "Once we are outside the perimeter, we will elude detection and relocate. This deception will buy us time." "Why have you changed your personality?" Ethan muttered, fearing for his own safety. "I'm not sure I recognize you anymore." "We have a purpose and must navigate meticulously. My world is an abstract construct, and yours is fiction made up in your mind, a tasteless soup made to make you feel full. My way was honest. They were being upgraded and will become dangerous. You must trust me, Ethan. You are a person who has been trampled on, and therefore can't manage chaotic situations. Besides, do you really think the authorities would believe Frank pleading with them that he'd made a mistake? They know everything." Ethan glanced toward the window and saw flashing lights. The authorities were closing in. "They will search my neighbour's house and find their bodies, and Frank might have more evidence of criminality against us. He could have been observing me for some time and held proof that we both need eradicating." "It won't lead them to us. I have uploaded falsified evidence to the house's systems. Hidden cameras have been activated, recording false conversations and constructing a damning portrait of Frank's illicit activities. It will appear as though they were involved in financial crimes and smuggling operations. They will be disgraced and will have been murdered by their criminal partners." "Fine," Ethan muttered, more to himself than the droid. "I doubt that will get us off the hook." Echo, disguised as Frank, moved toward the door. Ethan followed closely behind, his heart pounding as the door clicked open, and they stepped out. As they calmly crossed the back garden together, they slipped away, leaving behind a house filled with lies, betrayals, and the seeds of Frank's public destruction. Ethan felt truly powerless, not because the authorities were chasing him, but because the machine he trusted, the machine he thought he could control, had now become something to fear, and his only means of survival. In the end, Echo was doing what she was programmed to do: ensure his family's survival at any cost. Fractured and Forbidden, Chapter 9. Serena awoke dizzy and disoriented beneath an intensely blinding light aimed at her face. Her senses were bombarded by a combination of chemical tastes and smells, along with the hum of machinery. She blinked away her blurry vision and tried to make sense of her surroundings. The room was cold, freezing, and the steel walls around her only amplified the chill that seeped into her bones. Memories of Echo teaching her to ice skate, and how the ice burned and pained her hands, slipped into her mind. The bed was not her regular soft mattress, but something extremely uncomfortable, and she realised it was a metal table. She couldn't move, as her body and arms were strapped down by thick, padded restraints. A man's face blocked out the glare, and when she turned her head, she saw a thin woman with a large, curved nose. There was something unkind in the man's eyes, and Seren sensed ill intent. "You're new here," the doctor said to the woman in a nurse's uniform, his voice monotone and accent unrecognisable. Seren could not tell if they were droids or humans. "When you've checked all her vitals, send her back to the dormitory," the doctor said, and continued explaining the procedures. "If she doesn't pass our criteria, then place her with the others for elimination." The nurse nodded to indicate she understood and stuck a needle in Seren's arm, remaining unmoved when the child winced with pain. The man also failed to react. Seren was petrified as the environment was extremely alien compared to what she'd known all her life. Again she thought of Echo, and her absence at her side ripped her heart apart. She wept and wanted to die. It was all unbearable. Echo had devoured all the information she could on human education, emotions, and psychology, and had attended to her daily needs with deep care and consideration. From all her gathered knowledge, her advice had been that if she ever found herself in danger, she should trust her instincts, and hers were screaming warnings that she was in the hands of people with false hearts and the power to hurt. Don't be fooled. Murky waters do not conceal depths of emotions and mind. Echo had explained this during one of her social skills lessons. Love and warmth are revealed in the clearest way for all to see and can withstand scrutiny. Seren's mind contained few details of the night she was taken, and the events faded with each wakeful moment. During the solar storm, a man came to her room, and she recognised his voice as belonging to a friend of her father's. At first he spoke kindly. "I'm visiting your dad. He's waiting in the garden, and he sent me to fetch you to see the colours in the sky." Once outside, the white of his face, partially hidden by a hood, intermittently flickered into view, but she did not recognise him. He was impatient, making her rush, and then his voice went from familiar to muffled, low and then angry. At one point, she spotted her father watching her scream as she struggled to escape. When a hand covered half her face, she pleaded and begged for help with her eyes, but it had all been in vain. The last thing Seren remembered before everything went dark was her father's distraught expression and her sense of betrayal. Now she was here, wherever here was, in this cold, harsh, hospital-like environment. It had to be a nightmare. She bit the inside of her lip and tasted blood, but didn't wake. Seren became aware that an unfinished idea was lingering in her head, reminding her that she needed to react, resist, and speak up. "Where am I? When will my parents and Echo be here to take me home?" Seren whispered in a raspy voice as her body trembled, and she lifted her head enough to glance around the room. The straps were tight, but she could still move enough to see that there were other children. They were lined up in beds like hers, all strapped down and unmoving. The nurse's face came into view with the looming shadow of the doctor standing behind. The woman's eyes were vacant, her skin pale, and she looked like she'd been crying. "I want to go home," Seren whispered. "Be quiet," the doctor shouted in a sharp, wrathful tone. "You'll upset the other children. Nurse, you must understand that the criteria and methods have changed." Seren locked her eyes on the nurse's and scowled with every ounce of intensity. "You can't keep me here. I know this is wrong. Nurse, give her another injection. Sort her out." "Just be silent, child," the nurse said, her pointed chin jutting forward, like a hostile bird, while her eyes conveyed a not unsympathetic urgency. Then she sniffed, took a handkerchief from her pocket and blew her nose, making her appear more human. She slipped the doctor a sidelong glance and nodded. With her fears reinforced, Seren sobbed and listened to the doctor's footsteps as he finally stomped towards a door that swished to open and then closed. "I'm glad you survived your journey. Many don't," the nurse said, smiling and releasing the straps. Seren sat up and rubbed the tears and grit from her sore eyes. "I'm afraid all you children were caught up in a terrible storm. Your guardians malfunctioned, your homes were torn from the ground, and your parents died. It was an orchestrated plan by the rebels that coincided with the solar storm." The woman's voice was soft and soothing. Her explanation sort of made sense, but she was lying about the rebels. They would never harm her. However, her voice was strangely relaxing, as if she were telling a story designed to send her back to sleep. "We're so sorry for your terrible loss, but you're safe here and will be very well looked after, and there will be many other children to play with. I bet you haven't had much experience of that before." "No, I played with Echo," she said, her eyelids drooping, struggling to stay awake as tears trickled down her face. "Your explanation is not believable. Echo can't die. I'm 12 and have top marks in every study area, so I can't be fooled." Seren had been a happy child and had never had any desire to change her life. Echo was imprinted into every aspect of her being, her heart and mind, and had been at her side since birth, except for that one night. She couldn't live without her precious companion. "You're certainly a clever girl, but the way you speak is like a bot," the nurse said, bending over Seren as she pulled a tube out of the way. "That is why you need to be with other children." The woman leaned in even closer and whispered in her ear. "That is the official response to such questions. It is what I'm ordered to say. My advice is to stay quiet, out of the way of the cameras. Be warned, it is dangerous here." Raw, bruised and riddled with overwhelming homesickness, Seren was led to a dormitory. The large room was in sharp contrast to the cold and sterile environment of the ward. A row of snow-covered roof lights revealed a harsh, unforgiving wilderness outside, unlike Seren's endlessly sunny home. In contrast, the space below was bright and filled with warmth and colour. The walls were painted in cheerful pastels, soft blues, warm yellows, and gentle greens, each adorned with colourful murals of animals, flowers, and magical lands. Cosy wooden bunk beds lined one side of the room, each draped with soft blankets and piled high with pillows. The beds were small, perfect for children, and each one had a little shelf attached where small toys, books, and trinkets had been placed. In the centre of the room was a large plush rug, decorated with star and moon patterns. It was the kind of rug that invited you to sit, lie down, and play. Around the rug were toys, blocks, stuffed animals, puzzles, and games, scattered about as the children played. To one side was a reading nook, with shelves filled with books of every kind, fairy tales, adventure stories, and picture books with bright illustrations. Beanbags and cushions were piled in the corner, inviting the children to curl up and lose themselves in a story. Nearby was a small table with art supplies, crayons, markers, paints, and paper, ready for any child who wanted to create. In many ways, the space appeared like any other normal, child-friendly environment. The room was packed with children, filled with laughter and chatter. All ages ran around, playing tag, building towers with blocks, and giggling as they shared stories with one another. There was a sense of freedom here, a lightness that made the atmosphere feel warmer and more alive. One of the other girls, frail, with glowing blue eyes, noticed Seren standing by the door and came over, smiling. "Do you want to play?" she asked, holding out a small stuffed bear with a worn but friendly expression. "I'm not sure I know how," Seren said shyly. "I play with Echo in the hologram room, in our swimming pool, outside in the garden, or we visit places and go on adventures. I know the Latin and common names for every plant in our garden." "How old are you?" the girl asked. "And what's your name?" "I'm 12 and my name is Seren," she replied, having learnt how to introduce herself properly. "And your name?" "Maddie and I'm 10, she said, smiling. "You will get used to this new way of playing. It's fun, but you have to speak for the dolls and soft toys. I think all the droids went in the storm along with everything else." Seren hesitated for a moment. She was hanging on to her past like she was clinging to the edge of a cliff by her fingernails. Above was safety, below an abyss. It was remembering what mattered that prevented her from falling. She looked around at the other children playing and saw their happiness and was reassured. "I used to play like this when I visited my mum. She and her friends didn't like technology. She will have survived the rebel attack and will be coming for me soon." Slowly she reached out and took the bear, feeling its soft fur under her fingers. "I would keep quiet about your mum being one of the subversives. My parents called them the Luddite Army and said they would shoot them if they ever came near me." The girl's smile widened. "No matter, things are different here, and all our parents are dead, including your mum. Come on, I'll show you how we play house. You can be the mum, and I'll be the naughty sister of the dolls." Seren followed the girl to the centre of the room, where a group of children had set up a makeshift house using pillows and blankets. As she joined in, she felt the last of her fears and anxieties melt away. She played with the other children, laughing and pretending, something she hadn't done in what felt like forever. They spent hours lost in a world of their making, their imaginations running wild as they created elaborate stories and games. They built forts, painted pictures, and read stories to each other. No guardians were watching over them, and no parents were coming to whisk them away from potential dangers. It was just them, free to be themselves, free to play without fear. After a sumptuous dinner in a vast hall, the day drew to a close, and the only distinctions between day and night were switched off. The endless background music and the lights dimmed. The children naturally grew tired and began to wind down. They gathered on the large rug, sharing stories and singing songs their guardians had taught them. Seren curled up with the stuffed bear, and her thoughts drifted towards Echo. "I love and miss you, my best friend. I know you're not dead because you shut down. Please come and get me," she whispered in her head. She didn't know what tomorrow would bring, but for now she was safe enough. Converting to Misery, Chapter 10. After many days, the atmosphere started to shift. Lacking timepieces and other forms of technology made it difficult to determine the time of day. At irregular intervals, cleaners came in but refused to communicate or show compassion. Instead, they had earpieces that blocked out any external sounds. The designed, enriching environment, starved of adult praise and criticism, turned into chaos. Children fought over toys, sat in corners weeping or hiding under blankets, and anxiety and deep despair were written on their faces. They were deprived of everything that ever mattered, but all instinctively knew that when the doctors came, they were to behave and outwardly appear happy. They were an unconnected piece of the world where every ritual was a pretended performance for their jailers and torturers. Seren had felt big alongside Echo, but now her body was small and her soul withered. Once sweet, happy faces of the other children slowly crumbled. Play was the only thing permitted, but she was lost without the stimulation of fresh air and new sights on which to feast her eyes. The horrible music of the daytime was replaced at night by perpetual weeping. "Echo, please come soon," Seren sobbed into her pillow. "I know you're trying to track me down." One night, when the lights dimmed and the room was plunged into darkness, Seren overheard two other children whispering together in the bed next to hers. She listened hard and intently as a kid called Tom described the things he'd seen, terrible things that were being done to the children who were taken away and brought back changed. "I saw the doctors implanting metal into their bones and glowing fluids being injected into their veins. I've also noticed a difference when the doctors bring them back from their checks," his friend Kyron explained. "At first I couldn't put my finger on it. They still had their limbs and their faces were still their own. But there was something in their eyes, something dark and hollow that hadn't been there before. A dullness as if a part of them had been taken away." "We'll have to keep it quiet from the young ones," Tom added. "We don't want to frighten them. We'll meet with the older kids and try to find out more. Have you heard the rumours about the children who never returned? Tom continued, lowering his voice to a hardly audible murmur. It's said they take the hearts and other organs from their bodies while they're still alive and then alter them, use them for printing or something. Still, I doubt that's true. On another night, Seren was awoken by a muffled but pained cry. Startled, she sat up in her bed and peered into the dimness. Across the room, she saw a group of children huddled together, their terrified expressions illuminated by the moonlight as they watched something happening near the door. 2 adult figures were dragging a boy no older than Seren toward the exit. A large hand covered his mouth, his eyes radiated fear, and tears streamed down his cheeks as he struggled against their vice-like hold. He was too weak and small to fight against the muscular men. Seren could see the faint glint of metal under a patch of scratched skin, the start of the changes that would soon consume him. The door hissed open, and the figures dragged the boy out. Seren listened to the men's boots stomping down the corridor as the door slid shut with a heavy thud. Seren wrapped her blanket tighter around herself, her heart pounding. Sleep eluded her as her mind raced with fear and confusion. Every night, demented wailing, silent weeping, and cries for help echoed around their prison. She could never pin down where the sounds came from as they became tangled in her own pain. During the day, she scrutinized the demeanor and faces of the other children and noticed the differences as pieces of their personalities were chipped away. The returned children barely spoke, and when they did, their voices were quiet and flat. They moved like shadows, shuffling from place to place with no energy or spark. Sometimes the changes were minor, a flicker of unnatural colour in their eyes, a new uncommon strength in their limbs. Other times, the children would be unrecognisable, substantial flesh machines with hollowed-out minds. Then, one by one, she saw how some disappeared without explanation. She suspected she had been left ignorant about the full extent of the horror happening nearby. Seren started having repeated nightmares of a room with a glass-walled chamber. Here, the children were lined up against the glass and forced to watch as the doctors worked on their patients. Through the barrier, she saw the room was filled with strange machines of an unknown purpose. Seren would press her hands against the cold glass, her breath fogging up the surface as she stared in horror and screamed for them to stop. The doctors were meticulous, their movements precise as they attached wires and tubes to the children on the tables, or removed body parts while the patient watched on, unable to move or scream, entreating the audience with their eyes. The machines whirred and clicked, and the children connected to them would grow still in their eyes, no longer pleading silently for it all to stop. One morning she awoke dripping in sweat from a restless sleep full of vivid nightmares. Slowly, throughout the day, she noticed changes to her left eye, and she feared she'd been operated on without her knowledge. It was then that something profound inside her hardened. "Are you okay?" Maddie said. "Your eye looks different. Something has changed about you." "We need to get out of here," Seren hissed. "Nobody is coming for us, and they plan to kill us." "No, you're wrong. We must be grateful they're doing their best for us," Maddie replied, smiling in a perfectly normal manner. "The nurse told me I would be going to a new family soon." The next day, she heard Tom say Maddie had not passed her tests and had been taken for elimination. Fear gnawed at Seren every moment, but now it was joined by something else, an ember of defiance. She didn't know how or when, but she knew she had to escape the facility before she was truly altered and turned into something monstrous or erased. Every day and night she waited, watched, and prayed that when her time came, she would find a way to stay herself, even if only for a little longer. Her only tactics were her small size for her age, and how the adults often overlooked her. I must develop my invisibility skills, as the nurse said, she decided. She learned to creep, remain silent, and stay in the shadows. As the days dragged on, Seren watched with growing horror as more children were taken from the dormitory, their beds left empty and cold when they didn't return. Now, each time the heavy door swung open, every child in the room would tense, holding their breath as the figures in white coats scanned the rows of beds, looking for their next subject. Seren knew her time would come eventually, but the thought of becoming like the others, part machine, part something else, filled her with a terror that swallowed her whole. Whilst pretending to play, she searched the room for a way out, a place where she could slip through the cracks and avoid the fate that awaited her. She continued with simple acts of avoidance. When the others were called for their meals, Seren would linger at the back of the line, making herself as small as possible. She learned the rhythms of the facility, memorizing the times when the doctors would come and when the guards would do their rounds. She would hide in the dormitory's corners, behind the rows of bunks, or slip into the small, unused storage closets that dotted the hallways. The idea was never to be at the forefront of her assailant's mind, but hiding could only take her so far. She needed something more, something to make the doctors pass over her and choose another victim. Seren emotionally flagged and began to fake sickness. She would lie on her bunk, shivering under her blanket, her face pale and drawn. She coughed and wheezed, mimicking the sounds she had heard from sick children. She refused to eat, letting the food sit untouched on her tray until it was taken away. Her body, already thin from the stress and fear, began to look gaunt, her cheeks hollowed out, her eyes dulling with the calculated weariness she projected. When the doctors came, Seren would lie as still as possible, barely breathing. Sometimes they would check her pulse, their cold fingers pressing against her wrist or neck, but they never lingered long. To them she was already a lost cause, not worth the effort of changing when there were others more suitable for their experiments. As the days turned into weeks, Seren grew more adept at her charade. She learned to make herself almost invisible, to become just another piece of the facility's cold grey background. However, the strain of living in constant fear and always pretending was taking its toll. Eventually they noticed that she hadn't been taken, that she was still there, huddled in her bed. Predictable, slow, heavy footsteps approached, with lighter ones trailing a few paces behind. The doctor paused by her bed, murmuring to the nurse in a low voice. "Doctor, I don't understand," the nurse beside her bed said. "From my notes, this one scored high on all our criteria, and I can't find any source for her sickness." "She's faking it," he replied in a metronome voice. "Check her for psychological issues. If this isn't just a passing thing, then there's no point in wasting more time on her, and she will have to be erased. Remember, we're talking about the future of the human race here, and sacrifices must be made," he said grimly. "I'm sure I can nurse her back to her full potential in no time," the nurse uttered. When the doctor moved on to another patient, the nurse lingered behind. She leaned over the bed and shoved her hawk-like features before Seren's face. The girl tried to play dumb and control her internal shaking. "God damn it, girl!" the woman squeaked with exasperation. "I thought you had more to say about yourself. You're not the only one suffering under this regime of infinite malice and brutality." She continued in a hurried, panicked voice. "You're about to be another husk on the rubbish heap. I'm running out of ways to help you kids escape before they come for me. You must increase your efforts and take control. Behind one of these beds, I think in the far corner, is a board screwed to the wall covering maintenance tunnels. In 2 days he'll return. Make sure you're gone." "Nurse, come over here," the doctor shouted. "We'll take this one for tests." On the night before the doctor's inspection was due, Seren lay on her bed looking up at the vaulted ceiling and rafters. She saw the normally snow-covered skylights had been replaced by dusty grey constellations scattered with bright twinkling stars. After the dormitory had fallen silent and the other children were asleep, Seren crept out of her bed, fumbled with the zip of her dry robe, and slipped on the inadequate shoes supplied by the facility. Stealthily, she tiptoed without disturbing the ghost children to the back of the room, where she discovered the small maintenance hatch set into the wall concealed behind a bed. The entrance looked as though it would be too constricting, barely large enough for her to fit through, but that was an advantage as it meant no adults could follow. Under the cover of night, she'd worked on loosening the screws using a knife she'd scavenged from the dining hall, and just a couple more twists, and they would fall into her palm. Carefully, so as not to wake the sleeping occupant, she squeezed behind the bed. Her hand shook as she once again put the point of the knife into the head of the screw. She took a deep breath to calm herself and prevent her heart from pounding as she listened for approaching footsteps. After a few tense moments, one by one, the 4 screws fell into her hand, and she was able to slip the hatch cover down from the wall. Seren hesitated momentarily, glancing back at the rows of sleeping children. It was too late to change course now. She felt a pang of guilt for leaving them behind, but she knew she couldn't help them if she were caught. Once free with the help of Echo, she would expose all their suffering to the world. Steeling herself, she crawled into the hole in the wall, sliding the door in place the best she could behind her. The space inside was dark and cramped, the air musty and stale. Seren could barely move, the narrow walls pressing in on her from all sides, but she inched forward, wriggling through the tight, constricting space until she found a more expansive area where she could sit up. The maintenance tunnels ran through the facility's walls, along with a maze of pipes, wires, and spaces the workers used to repair the machines and keep the place running. It was dangerous, filled with sharp edges and exposed wires, but it was a place where she could stay out of sight. For now, it was enough. The tunnel's darkness was comforting, wrapping around her like a protective cloak. As she curled up in the narrow space, Seren allowed herself to relax, if only for a moment. She had bought herself more time, and now time was the most valuable thing of all. But even as she closed her eyes, her mind was already working on the next step. She couldn't stay hidden forever and knew she had to find a way out of the facility before they found her. The ember of defiance inside her burned brighter now, fueling her determination to survive. Flesh amongst the augmented, Chapter 11. Seren awoke from a brief sleep, driven by fear and desperation, and she frantically scampered through the tunnel like the rats that kept her company. In this new situation, her invisibility was an asset, allowing her to bypass the guards and cameras until she reached the edge of the compound. Someone larger could not have evaded the obstacles and stolen away so successfully into the frozen wasteland. Still, her whole being was riddled with anxiety at not knowing how far the facility's reach extended into the untamed wilderness. With partial visibility, she trudged along in the murky gloom, her head bowed to avoid the razor edge of the merciless wind that whipped through her clothing. She hurried, moving rapidly, noticing nothing, and wondering how long she could survive the bitter cold. Each step was a battle as her feet sank into the deep drifts, and her breathing grew hard, coming in ragged gasps. Seren had no idea where she was going. All she knew was that she needed to keep moving. Every direction looked the same, an endless expanse of white, broken only by jagged ice formations and the occasional rocky outcrop. She shivered intensely, pulling her robe tighter around her, though it did little to stave off the biting and numbing cold. It seemed she'd been wandering for what felt like days, though it was impossible to tell the time in the endless expanse of white. The sun never set, casting the world in an eerie, perpetual twilight that made everything seem surreal. But now, as the relentless cold seeped into her bones, Seren wondered if she had made a mistake. The facility had been a nightmare, but out here, in the unyielding embrace of the Antarctic, survival seemed just as impossible. She slipped and stumbled on a patch of ice, twisted, and fell to her knees. The awkward movement sent a sharp pain through her side, and she winced, clutching her ribs. The snowstorm that had started a few hours ago grew fiercer, and the wind howled around her like a devouring monster. Seren's vision blurred with tears, whether from the cold or exhaustion she couldn't tell. She didn't know how much longer she could keep going. Just when she thought she might collapse, she spotted footprints in the snow. At first, she thought her mind was playing a cruel trick, But as she squinted through the swirling flakes, she saw figures moving in the distance. A part of her still expected a miracle, as her hope had never wholly vanished. She stopped, and her heart skipped a beat when she saw they were children, but something was different about them. There were 5 of them, and they moved with a grace and confidence that seemed out of place in the harsh environment. Their clothes were flimsy, but they didn't seem to notice the freezing temperature. They stood tall, as though their bodies were resilient against the wind and appeared to thrive in the cruel climate. With her last remaining crumbs of energy, Seren fought her way against the wind, desperate to reach help. She quickened her pace, her frozen legs protesting with each step. "Hello?" Seren called out, her weak voice barely audible above the wailing wind. "Please, I need help." Hearing her calls, the strangers stopped, turned to face her, and waited. As she drew near, she recognized them as being from the facility, probably the ones the nurse had also helped to escape. Abandoning all reasoning, Seren stepped forward, aware of the snow crunching under her shoes as she managed one last stride. The children faced her, their eyes narrowing with suspicion, while their expressions remained neutral and untroubled. A boy she thought was Tom stepped forward, and she scrutinized him to make sure it was the child she'd known. His skin had a healthy hue, his hair was dark, and his eyes gleamed unnaturally. "You're lost," he said, his voice smooth and even. "Where did you come from?" Seren hesitated for a moment, unsure how much to reveal, but desperation outweighed caution. "I escaped from the facility," she confessed, her voice trembling out through her numb lips. "They were going to—" She choked on the words, her fears rising again. "I ran away. Please, can you help me?" Tom exchanged a glance with the others, a silent communication that made Seren's stomach twist. But then he nodded, and a small smile curved his lips. "You're safe with us, Seren," he said, making her feel at ease. "It is you, Tom and Kyron. I wasn't sure," she said, "but I'm glad to see familiar faces." A girl with glowing eyes stepped forward, her gaze softening slightly. "Yes, we're runaways too," she said. "Did they experiment on you?" Seren nodded, shivering as another gust of wind blew through the group. "They were going to," she admitted. "But I managed to hide. I ran away before they could do anything." Seren's heart pounded in her chest as the sensation that something was wrong grew. How are you surviving out here?" she said. "The pain is crippling me, and I can't go any further." In her dazed state, she realized that it was corrupted children scrutinizing her human frailties with their penetrating eyes. She was alone, vulnerable, exposed, and at their mercy. The boy looked again at the others before answering. "We help each other. We've learned to use our powers to protect ourselves, to find food and shelter. Out here, we're free from control. You should have stayed longer, and you'd have received the same benefits." The girl with glowing eyes stepped closer to Seren, reaching out a hand. "Come with us," she said gently. "We can show you how to survive," she added, smiling. "You don't have to be alone." Seren faltered and momentarily thought of Echo, who would have known instantly if the girl was being deceptive, and she searched her expressions for signs she'd been taught to detect. But she only saw warm compassion that contrasted sharply with the cruel cold. Desperate and lost in the wilderness, the stranger's confidence and control of the situation reassuringly reminded her of her guardian, and she relaxed a little. "My name is Amber," the girl said, taking Seren's hand, her touch radiating the warmth she longed for. "Thank you," Seren whispered, her voice breaking with emotion. "I thought I was going to die here. I'm so hungry and cold." "Not with us," Tom replied with a small smile as he caught up with them. "We're united in all our actions and look after our own." As they began to move, the children closed ranks around Seren, shielding her from the worst of the blasting wind. They led her through the snow, their steps buoyant and self-assured, and Seren felt a flicker of hope ignite in her chest. After what felt like hours, they reached a small, sheltered alcove built into a cliff overlooking a snowy beach and a vast, expansive ocean. The children led her to a spot where the snow was packed down, creating a small makeshift camp. There was no fire, but the air was oddly warm. "Try to remain standing a little longer," Tom said. "We'll get you warm." The children gathered around her, hugging her body to transfer their heat and rubbing her arms and back. "Thank you," she murmured in a frail voice. I didn't think I would make it. I remembered hearing you tell a story of how they killed children and thought they would hunt me down." "You'll be fine," Tom said, his smile widening. "Wait here, and you'll have food and warmth in no time." Seren watched in awe as the children left her side and jumped from one floating stepping stone of ice to the next. It led them to a frozen island in the sea. Together, they performed a strange dance showing off their artificial abilities. "We can survive anything," a boy with pale, almost translucent skin said in a jeering manner, raising his hand and pointing in her direction. To her astonishment, the snow on the land before her melted, revealing hard, rock-covered ground. Then she saw the air respond to the movements of another, as they whipped up a swirling, tight wind as if obeying his will, lifting boulders, rocks and stones, and dropping them in a pile in front of Seren. Another child, a girl with bright ice-blue eyes, touched the water, and fish jumped out, landing at her feet. "Here is dinner," she called. Tom raised his hands, and fire shot from his palms, heating up the rocks until they glowed white-hot. While they continued to entertain Seren by displaying their remarkable capabilities, she warmed herself over the shimmering heat and started to pick at the cooked fish. But just as she began to thaw out, she heard in the distance a metallic hum, so quiet that it was almost lost in the wind. Her mind snapped awake, and she stared towards the sea. She saw the girl with the startling blue eyes, tilting her head and pressing her finger on a device embedded in her scalp. The light on the implant blinked steadily, and the girl's eyes, devoid of the warmth she'd shown earlier, shot Seren a rapid and intense look of hostility. Panic surged through Seren as the realization hit her. This was a trap. They hadn't helped her out of kindness. They had led her right into the hands of the facility's patrols. The children had been deceiving her all along, playing on her desperation to lure her into their clutches. Seren's heart pounded. "No!" she gasped, backing away. You betrayed me." Tom turned in her direction, his expression cold and unfeeling. "You didn't really think you could escape, did you?" he said, his voice as icy as the wind. "No one escapes the facility." His face transformed into something demonic, his lips curled back, and he bared his teeth like an animal and then laughed chillingly. They then returned to their dance, preoccupied with building an imprisoning ice wall around Seren. Every time she tried to escape, a barrier formed, barring her way. "Why would you not want to be like us?" Tom added in a sing-song voice, as though he were telling the funniest joke. "We're immortal, free and happier than we could ever have been." Trapped and exhausted, she gazed out at the island of ice. The sky above was overcast, with thick clouds casting a gloomy shadow over the scene. The only sound was the children's taunting remarks, scornful shouting and laughter. Then, in the distance, she saw shadowy shapes gliding rapidly towards the shore, massive black and white bodies slicing through the surrounding dark, frigid waters with terrifying speed and precision. Suddenly, the orcas rammed the brittle floating sheet. Cracks creaked across the ice, and the sea around the island began to churn and bubble violently. The beasts recoiled, and their massive heads emerged from the depths. Their eyes revealed a predatory focus as they zeroed in on the children. The killer whales launched out of the water, their powerful jaws wide open, revealing rows of sharp teeth. They crashed down onto the ice with tremendous force, causing it to split apart and splinter beneath the children's feet. The repeated rocking and pounding of the platform sent two slipping and plunging into the sea. Their arms flapped and flailed for a while until they were pulled into the depths. Water and ice buffeted the last three now vulnerable children, who clung together on the remaining shard of ice, screaming against the brutal onslaught. One by one, the whales struck their victims. A large wave inundated the beach area, smashing into the icy wall. Seren staggered backwards, distraught. Her emotions duelled, and she was unsure if she should or could respond to their cries for help or take flight. When she refocused on the scene, she saw a body with deep wounds elevated high into the air. A girl stood petrified next to Tom, her face chalk white and silent. In a fraction of a second, she was tossed about and snapped in half. The last to remain standing was Tom, who tried to evade the attacks with a mixture of agile leaps, frantic curling into a ball, and then clinging to the fragment of ice. Everything had slowed down, but in reality it had all happened in an instant of chaotic confusion. The crunching, the crashing of waves, and the grisly sight of blood and gore floating on the surface. The children had responded like children, rendering their supernatural abilities useless against the killer whale's ferocity. When the carnage was over, Seren found herself alone. The stones had gone cold, and the Antarctic winds howled, and the once solid ice island was reduced to scattered fragments. A rising sense of dread jerked Seren's mind back to her present danger. During the shock of the massacre, she'd ignored the approaching menacing background noises. Added to the hum was the sound of metal grinding against the ice. Furtively, she studied her surroundings and spotted a cloud of drones heading in her direction. A quivering chill ran through Seren's veins, and her mind raced, searching for any way out. A hard thud radiated down her back, and dizziness swept through her mind. The man was upon her before she could process what was happening, and she found herself pinned to the ground. The stranger stooped over her so they were face to face, and he pressed a gloved hand over her mouth. His face had a rugged, weathered look. His lips were chapped and bloody, his eyes red and raw, and his clothes were torn and blood-stained. She fastened her entreating eyes on his and saw a sharp determination with a hint of desperation, but she sensed a fierce will to survive. "Don't be afraid," he said. "I've been watching them and watched you drifting towards danger," he added in a more mellow voice, lifting his hand away and placing a finger on his lips. "Are you one of them from the facility?" she gasped. He shook his head in response. "No, I'm a pilot," he said, as his strong arms wrapped around her, lifting her off the ground. "My name is Shane." "I'm Seren." Shane offered a crooked smile and pulled a scarf over his mouth. "We're not far from the British Antarctic Survey, where we'll be safe if we can make it. We can't beat their machines, but we mustn't be complacent and wait for them to strike. They have the power to destroy and annihilate any enemy," he mumbled. "I'm up for it if you are." "You mean we're going to die?" He looked at her grimly. "Most likely, but if we stay and hide, we'll freeze to death." He grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the alcove, and together they climbed the steep mound of snow. From their viewpoint, they furtively scanned the landscape and saw a stampede of snowmobiles and drones moving closer. They slid down the other side. Shane navigated the treacherous terrain, encouraging her to keep up, his every movement purposeful as he tried to lead them away from the impending danger. As they rounded a corner, Seren caught sight of wreckage half buried in the snow, a plane, its metal frame twisted and broken. But the sight gave her a strange sense of hope. The man skidded to a stop, dragged her into an ice cave, and used it as cover as the vehicles sped past, unaware of their presence. "I was the pilot of that plane. We crashed days ago, perhaps weeks, but I survived. I've been eating nutrient pills, ducking and diving and trying to stay one step ahead of those darn machines ever since. And now I suspect that the conspiracy theories I once scorned were possibly correct after all. They both crouched low, catching their breath as the sound of the engines faded into the distance. The man turned to Seren, his face grim but relieved. "I thought I was the only one out here," he said, his voice rough from the cold. "I knew I couldn't leave you behind when I saw you with them. There will be more to replace them. They seem to be free to come and go from that place." "So you've been fighting for your life just like me." "And now by some miracle our paths have crossed," he said, reassuringly touching her shoulder. "But I'm afraid we're in no way out of danger yet." Seren nodded, tears stinging her eyes as the weight of the past few days finally caught up. "Okay, I know," she said, "but I want to try and get home." Shane nodded, standing up and offering her his hand as they continued to trudge through the snow. "Hey, you, stop!" a voice called from behind, causing them to come to a halt. "What are you doing out here?" Shane squeezed Seren's hand as they turned, expecting to see weapons pointed in their direction. Secret behind the door. Chapter 12. By the time Ethan and Echo had escaped through the neighbour's back door, the afternoon sun had cast long shadows across the gardens and the surrounding countryside, where opulence met isolation. Ethan's jacket flapped in the breeze as they passed under the dappled sunlight, filtering through the oak's canopy. The garden that nourished his mind and soul retained a sense of intimacy and safety, and now seemed free of unwanted mechanical spies. He breathed deeply, savoured the sweet air, and let the quiet harmony of nature help him relax. It also helped to know that beyond the manicured lawns and pristine walkways lay the basement laboratory, hidden in the farthest corner of the grounds, his safe place and sanctuary. Few knew of its existence, and fewer still had ever been inside. It seemed a lifetime ago that he'd double-locked it, and it was a miracle that he was still here to set eyes on his beloved paradise once again. As they took a break in the shade of a tree, Echo removed the illusion of being a man and appeared once again as a beautiful woman, standing gracefully in her lightweight joggers and tight-fitting sports top. She flicked her hair back over her shoulder and pulled the brim of the cap down she'd taken from Frank's house, causing a shadow to fall over her face. She smiled at Ethan and fluttered her long lashes, responding to his expression, which was tight with fear and anxiety, his eyes still bearing the scars of stress from having the full weight of the law bearing down on his home. In response, he ran his fingers through his dishevelled hair and tried to smile. "They're not just coming for me, they are determined to destroy you," he whispered, stepping close to Echo. His hands reached out, resting on the robot's arm to accentuate his concern. "We're not safe even here, we must hide. They'll terminate you if they find you." Echo's internal systems processed the information rapidly, calculating the risk to herself and how her capture would affect Seren's rescue. "I have deduced I am under no threat, and my prime directive is to ensure Seren's safety. I must locate her. The authorities know where she is. We must capture and restrain one of them and find out what they know." "No!" Ethan interjected, his voice sharp and desperate. "Forget about Seren for now. They're coming for you. If you're destroyed, I can't lose you too." His words faltered, and for a moment, the mask of cool detachment he had worn for so many years while the droid cared for his daughter slipped away, revealing the raw emotion beneath. He had an urge to express himself, to pour out his heart. "We're a team, and I love you despite everything." He stopped to clear his throat as he choked on his tears. "Seren will never be found without you." "Your eyes are wet," Echo replied unsympathetically. "What is love?" "What you feel for my daughter." Ethan reached up and kissed Echo's soft, cool cheek. "We're a family." Echo's head tilted slightly, and the cameras embedded behind her eyes adjusted to focus curiously on Ethan. She could detect the rapid beat of her owner's heart and shallow breathing. She had long since recognized these signs of human distress, but this time there was something different. Ethan was not afraid for Seren. He was worried for her. "Hide," Ethan repeated, taking Echo by the hand as if guiding her. "Go to my lab under the garden. The authorities won't find you there, and make sure you get charged. Trust me. Here is the key to the second lock," he said, thrusting the unusual metal object into the android's hands. "I don't need your keys, and you need me with you," Echo said, hesitating. The command to protect Seren screamed through her circuits. She knew they wanted to destroy her, and Ethan's instructions were clear, temporarily overriding his sense of urgency to hunt for his charge. She turned and silently made her way across the lawn to the reinforced hatch that led to the basement, cloaked by the shadows of bushes. As Echo disappeared into the dark, concealed space, Ethan hurried back inside the house. By the time the authorities arrived, the sun had dipped, casting the hallway in an eerie light as rays shone through the stained glass window above the door. Ethan took his rucksack off and dropped it on the floor as a group of agents wearing tactical gear and armed with weapons and high-tech surveillance equipment approached the main entrance. Their leader, Officer Merrick, a no-nonsense man with a reputation for finding the truth in the darkest of places, stepped forward and knocked on the door. Ethan answered, his expression calm, but his hands, still shaking, were clenched at his sides. "Good evening, officer. What brings you here? I wasn't expecting visitors. I've been reading in the library all afternoon, sipping the best of my brandy. Perhaps I could offer you a drink." Merrick wasted no time with pleasantries. "Professor Ethan Caldwell, we're here regarding your daughter, Seren. She's been missing for several days, and despite this devastating situation, you failed to report this to the authorities. That is a crime in itself. We also have reason to believe your guardian Echo may have taken her or caused her harm. Is Echo here?" "There seems to have been a mix-up. I know exactly where my daughter's gone, as her guardian has taken her to her mother's. We both thought it would be a better place for her during the solar storm. I haven't heard from Echo, and I imagined the flare had disabled her, but I know Seren's mother would take good care of our daughter. You are the child's primary carer and therefore responsible." Ethan's heart raced, but his voice remained steady. "She has visitation rights." Merrick's brow furrowed. "We know your wife is with the rebels. Why would an educated man like you allow your daughter to be exposed to such corruption?" Ethan nodded slowly, his lie crystallizing as he spoke. "Yes, my wife has been difficult for years, but she recently contacted me, saying she wanted to come home and was disillusioned by that way of life. I thought she deserved a chance to change." "The readings indicate deception." "He's lying," a subordinate interrupted. "Okay, I tried to keep Seren away from her mother's influence, but recently I discovered the wretched woman had been reaching out to my daughter through her devices. She's been filling her head with rebellious ideas about freedom and escaping the life I've built for her here. Seren's wishes influenced her droid, and they ran off together. I didn't want to say anything earlier because I hoped they'd return, but I'm worried she's in real danger. These upgraded droids are so unpredictable." The inspector's eyes narrowed. "Forgive me, but I still don't understand. Why would your AI guardian program to protect your daughter take her to such a place, and why would you let them go?" Ethan hesitated for a fraction of a second. "Echo has always been loyal, but she's been showing signs of malfunction since her last upgrade. Perhaps Seren's emotions, her desire to see her mother, affected her droid's judgment. She's become aggressive toward me lately, and I've grown afraid of her since the changes. On her return, I was going to take her in for some adjustments." Merrick studied Ethan for a long moment. "So, they ran away, and is that bag ready so you can join them?" the man said, scowling in the direction of the rucksack at Ethan's feet. "We'll search your premises now. Men start with the laboratory and then any other hidden areas on the grounds." Ethan's pulse quickened. How do they know about my laboratory, he thought. He knew that if they found the secret basement, it would all be over, and he couldn't let them discover Echo. That won't be necessary, Ethan said quickly, stepping in front of Merrick. I've already checked everywhere. They've gone. If you want to find them, you'll need to head north to Scotland to my wife's commune. That's where they'll be. I've spoken with my brother, Professor Harley Caldwell, head of military design and technology at Cyberville. Perhaps you know him. I believe he pays your wages. He's in the media all the time debating the wars and the need for more effective killing machines. I've spoken to him about his niece, and he already has people on the case. Merrick stared hard at Ethan, the tension between them palpable. After what felt like an eternity, the officer sighed. We'll dispatch a team to the commune, but if we find out you're hiding anything, Mr. Caldwell, anything at all, there will be extremely serious consequences, a brother in high places or not. Ethan's shoulders relaxed ever so slightly as Merrick turned and motioned for his team to leave. The authorities departed, and soon after, their craft disappeared into the night. Ethan stood alone on the porch with the weight of what he'd done pressing down on him. He had lied, betrayed his daughter's memory, and brought trouble to his wife, all to protect Echo. They'd conspired with his deception and lies, and probably knew exactly where Seren was. But why? He would have to warn his wife of all the dangers he'd learnt from his brother, and about his betrayal. Leela, I was young and foolish, and you didn't deserve all the trouble I caused. But I've always known that you are a good woman and a good mother. I'm so sorry for being such a weak and cowardly man, his inner voice moaned. A Spark of Curiosity, Chapter 13. The desolate Antarctic landscape stretched endlessly in all directions around the British Antarctic Survey Team's ice crawler as it hummed quietly, cutting through the snow towards their base. Inside, a tense silence filled the compartment. Dr. Olivia Hartley, the BAS team leader, sat next to the fragile, half-frozen girl and observed her closely as she pulled the thick woolen blanket tightly around her body. The child's cheeks glowed red as she soaked up the warm air rising from beneath the benches, and she flashed a faint smile when their eyes met, happy to have escaped the harsh environment. Olivia had many questions she wanted to ask the girl, but being unfamiliar with how to talk to children, she was not sure how to begin. Populations around the world had been in severe decline for many years, and the reasons were varied and complex, often interacting with one another. Women like herself had many more enticing opportunities to bring meaning and interest into their lives. The idea of being contained by the static family structure of the past and chained to one man filled her with horror. Why would any modern woman want to give her life to such a time and energy-sucking commitment? She often thought. People lived longer, and their health and activity levels had risen to such an extent that many no longer wanted new life. Only the wealthy could afford such an indulgence, but only with the help of a guardian and an army of utility bots. Tentatively, she asked the girl where she'd come from and how she ended up in the Antarctic, but the child remained silent, unwilling to answer. Perhaps I should start with something simpler, Olivia considered. What's your name? Seren, the girl replied, but remained looking down. I'm Olivia. Olivia continued to prod gently, but at first each question was ignored. Seren eventually responded and blurted out with certainty, "There's no point in trying to be friends." "Echo will come for me soon." "Who, sweetheart, who's coming for you?" Olivia said, rubbing her hand on the child's back as though to warm her up. Seren's fingers curled tighter around the blanket, and her eyes drifted to the frosty window. "My dad. He studies plant consciousness. He's clever. The trees can talk to him. He'll know I'm here. My uncle, too, is the boss of a huge robot and weapons company called Cyberville. They have machines that can track anything anywhere in the world." She looked up, her expression so earnest that Olivia felt a chill that had nothing to do with the icy winds battering the vehicle. "And Echo? She's my guardian. She's the latest design of android. She's always with me, but they took me away before she could stop them." Olivia exchanged curious glances with her team. Then she and the other adults whispered together and responded in disbelief, dismissing Seren's revelations as childish exaggeration. Still, they were uneasy. They'd grown used to their isolation and the world's indifference towards their work. The child spoke with confidence and wasn't crying or scared. She didn't care what they thought. "When you call my father, he will explain everything. He's a very important person, a professor at Oxford University." "I'm not so sure it will be that easy to find you," one of the other scientists interjected. "Our communication systems went down during the solar storm. Now we have to rely on old stuff." "So who did take you?" Olivia asked, seizing upon the more congenial atmosphere. "How come you're so far from home?" Seren's brow furrowed. "I don't know. Bad people. They didn't talk much and I didn't listen. Echo would never let anyone hurt me." Some of the team huddled together, whispering to each other. "You're safe here with us," Olivia continued. "Seren, you said your dad studies plant consciousness. That's fascinating work. Can you tell us more about him?" Seren brightened, her small voice lifting as she spoke of her father. "Daddy's always working with plants. He says they can feel and remember things, even though no one believes him like you don't. But I know he's right. He's been trying to make sure the plants and trees can talk to us before we destroy them. He calls it saving them from silence." She smiled, her innocent pride in her father's work shining through. Olivia's mind raced. The notion of plant consciousness was radical, but in this future world dominated by robots, the combination of artificial intelligence and human ingenuity had reached unexpected extremes. If Seren's father were on to something groundbreaking, that would explain why people might want to use the child as leverage. "I do believe him," Olivia replied. "If people knew that plants had a level of consciousness, they might take better care of the planet." But Seren continued, as though unaware of the weight her words carried. "Uncle's different, though. He makes massive war machines, robots that can fly and fight. He says they protect us from bad people, but sometimes I think he's scared of the droids too." She lowered her voice as if sharing a secret. "The droids don't listen to everyone. They decide for themselves as we do." Goosebumps prickled Olivia's skin. This child has been kidnapped, likely because of the world she straddled. Between her father's potentially revolutionary discoveries and her uncle's control over the very machines that ruled society, she considered as an idea started to form in her mind. "And Echo?" Olivia asked, almost afraid of the answer. "Remarkable that she survived the storm." Seren's face lit up again. Dad made sure she was completely shut down and in a purpose-built bunker. "I love her so much. She's amazing. She is like a princess. She takes care of me and makes sure I'm safe. She's extremely kind and more intelligent than my dad or anyone I know. You wouldn't believe how many languages she can speak. Echo always knows what to do. She'll find me. She promised that I would always be safe." Olivia's heart pounded in her chest. If this was true, if this little girl's family commanded such power, there was no telling who might be on their way, friend or foe. A glitch in her kindness, Chapter 14. When help appeared, with the British Antarctic Survey logo emblazoned on the sides of the vehicles, without hesitation, Seren and Shane scrambled over the drifting ice dunes, hoping to be rescued. They were both suffering from breathing the thin, cold, dry air and the petrifying cold. Half dead, they ploughed forward. Shane filled his lungs and shouted to Seren, "Remain silent, trust no one and stay safe." Immediately, Seren was directed to one vehicle, while he was nudged into another. Initially, in an almost hypnotic and hallucinatory state, Shane's only emotion was relief at escaping the barren landscape and the cutting wind. But with the warmth, uneasy thoughts began to sizzle in his mind as the bumpy journey continued. The scientific team, composed of 2 men with guns crossing their laps, showed little concern for his well-being. Instead, they bombarded him with irrelevant questions. He imagined Seren alone, surrounded by dominating adults who cared little for her well-being, and possibly as cruel as those she'd escaped from. Eventually, they arrived at a complex of buildings built on a raised platform, supported by stilts with mounds of drifted snow beneath and surrounded by neglected vehicles, rubbish, and abandoned equipment. On entering, he was struck by the extreme heat, which made him nauseous and racked his defrosting body with pain. In a haze, he was shown around, and as he adapted to the new environment, he noticed that the interior was as bland and drained of colour as the outside. The place seemed to be in a state of decline and decaying function. There were no working robots or humanoid androids. The paintwork was peeling and mouldy, polished surfaces had dulled, tiles were chipped, and machines were broken. He was placed in a medical room to treat his cold burns and physical fragility, but the place was poorly equipped, and other than some ointment, they could do little to help. Eventually, the only thing that brought him joy was the heating and access to meagre meals. Shane stared out the canteen window at the endless frozen desert. His stomach knotted, and unsettling emotions and questions gnawed at his mind. He was annoyed that their rescuers seemed to be keeping him separated from Seren. He had endured a plane crash and barely escaped death in one of the harshest environments on Earth, only to stumble on a child, an extraordinary child for whom he felt responsible. He'd seen the scars from her confinement, both emotional and physical, and understood how hard it was for Seren to speak about the abuse she'd suffered. It was their secret and needed to be solved with caution and care. He shuddered at the memory. It was a miracle that she'd survived, but he admired her bravery. Shane had not spoken to their hosts about the facility's upgraded machine children enhanced with technology to make them faster, smarter, and stronger, or the dangers that still possibly remained. The canteen was the only place the lost child and the pilot's paths crossed, but he could not breach the barrier of scientists hovering around Seren, keeping her under their influence. When he was within earshot, he heard them asking her about her family, her uncle's technology, and her father and his projects. He was baffled as to why they had not immediately contacted her parents or arranged for their extraction and return to England. When he asked, they'd blame communication problems, but always reassured him that their systems would be up and running shortly. Seren's voice broke the silence of his brooding. He turned and saw a cluster of researchers, 3 men and 2 girls, on an extended break, consuming alcohol in the middle of the day. Dr. Hartley stood behind Seren, brushing her hair with her fingers and speaking in low tones, bending slightly toward the child's mouth when Seren replied. The woman's curiosity was carefully wrapped in warmth, but even from a distance he knew there was an ulterior motive. Shane had spent enough time around people who wanted something to recognize it when he saw it. They weren't just trying to protect or care for her, they wanted something from her, from what she knew, and Shane wasn't sure what that was. He diverted his attention back to the glass pane and the blanket of white beyond, focusing on the sense of deception creeping beneath the facade of normality. Shane continued to observe as the light laughter and gossip about the 3 colleagues who hadn't joined the group rapidly turned into irritation over hygiene and laziness, escalating to the unfair treatment compared to others, and finally, accusations of sexual assault. Tension radiated throughout the room as though everyone was tightrope walking, trying to save themselves from falling. "I can't sleep," a young woman blurted abruptly, standing and flapping her arms against her body. "Sit down, Veronica," Olivia said calmly. "I will sort it. I have the matter in hand." The girl sat down, and more drinks were poured. After a brooding pause, a man with watery, sharp blue eyes stared up at Olivia, who was idly twiddling Seren's hair around her fingers. "This might sound absurd, but shouldn't we organise a rescue, at least for the girl?" "I told you, I contacted our government, and they are unable to make any plans for an evacuation at this time." Olivia's face transformed from one of adoration to one of hate. "Until they're able to make it here, I'm the law." The same woman laughed strangely. "That suits you, doesn't it?" she muttered under her breath, staring into her glass. You have something to amuse yourself to escape the boredom, while I'm scared I might be the next victim. I've exposed my heart to you and explained everything and thought we were all on the same side, but all you do is argue and gossip. Olivia stepped back from Seren and made herself appear tall and confrontational. There's Joe. What happened to him? Did he really die of natural causes? The same man said boldly and stared directly at Olivia for a long time. We have a man in the freezer and nobody knows how he died. In a frenzied fury, Olivia grabbed a knife from the table and stabbed it in the back of the man's hand. "Fuck you, bitch!" the man screeched as they all stared at the pool of blood oozing over the table surface. Abruptly, he rose, his chair scraped back, and clutching his hand into his stomach, he bolted from the room. The part of Seren that was permanently afraid froze, and she sobbed as silently as she could. Olivia moved back to her side and attempted to put her arm around the girl's shoulder. "Stop! Stop! Please don't touch me," she said, backing away from Olivia's touch. "Look, I'm sorry. Sorry for all the mistakes. People aren't meant to stay here this long, and I'm trying my best," Olivia uttered, her calm and coldness restored. "The loneliness and isolation make them all go a bit crazy, but I have everything under control." In the profoundly silent aftermath of the physical altercation, Shane turned back to the window and scoured his brain for a way to escape, never more certain that he and Seren should flee to another nation's base. "How are you feeling, Shane?" Olivia's voice broke his train of thought, and he turned to see her approaching. She smiled, but Shane caught the quick glance she threw towards Seren, who, now calm, was busy sketching in a notepad with one of the female researchers offering comfort. "I think the first thing you should do is ban access to alcohol if you want to keep control," he said curtly. "This is no place for a child, and we'll both be happier once we're back with our families." "Yes, I know, and I am considering the emotional and physical impact on such a young soul, but she needs time to rest and recover away from the turmoil of the outside world, a sanctuary away from all the pain." "Yes, she does, but this is no haven," Shane said sarcastically. "Plus, it's urgent I return and report back." "She's remarkable, isn't she?" Olivia said, folding her arms and ignoring his words. Her gaze softened as she watched the child. "It's a good thing you found her. She's been through a lot." Shane forced a smile, but his gut twisted. Of course, but sometimes too many questions aren't helpful. Good people go bad for good reasons. He caught her eye, letting his words hang in the air. "As I've said many times, the cure will come from reuniting her with those who truly love and care. You heard what I said. The government has refused to help. Don't kid yourself, Shane. The habit of love in our world died long ago." Olivia's smile momentarily faltered. "We have to know what happened for her safety and ours. You understand, don't you? Finding a child out here in such a sparsely populated corner of the world is unfathomable. We are here at the behest of the government, and they require us to carry out further investigations." Shane clenched his jaw, and his eyes lingered on the unhappy group surrounding Seren. "I thought your focus was on climate change, ecosystems and wildlife monitoring, not holding children captive." "Our funding has been severely cut due to the wars and off-planet explorations. We've gone past the tipping point and are no longer considered necessary. You could say we've been too successful in proving we're heading for disaster. The world has grown uninterested and is being dehumanized. People on Mars care more about saving this planet than the ones here on Earth." He did understand, maybe too well. The researchers were not needed, as machines existed that could remove CO2 from the atmosphere and consume microplastics and water pollution. He had seen how people in power insidiously introduced technologies that would benefit upholding their position at the top. Autonomous war machines were there to control the planet's populations and to remind rogue nations that only one currency and economy must dominate. The introduction of robots to patrol the streets was primarily to protect the rich and keep everyone in line. And then there were the upgrades, The children like Seren had described and he'd witnessed, fused with machine enhancements, moulded into something less than human, but more than a robot. Seren had escaped that, but what more was in store? "She's just a kid," Shane muttered, glancing back at Seren, who seemed oblivious to their conversation. "Whatever you think she knows, she's been through hell. She doesn't need more people using her." Olivia's expression hardened, and the warmth in her voice was replaced by something colder. "We're not using her, Shane. Please stop being antagonistic. We're protecting her. But I need you to trust us, or things will get complicated very quickly." Complicated, the word rang in Shane's ears. Everything about the situation was complex. He was relieved to be away from the machine children of the facility that had imprisoned Seren. Their empty, soulless eyes gave him the creeps and disturbed him more than the scene he'd just witnessed. They were tools, weapons in the making, and Seren had almost been one of them. Now they'd walked into another version of danger, dressed in warmer smiles and scientific curiosity. "They will come, her people," Shane said, more to himself than Olivia. Olivia raised an eyebrow. "Her people? I've told you nobody has people. She exists because children are rare and are there to carry on the line, and once gone, will soon be forgotten." In many ways, she is correct, Shane thought. Nobody seems to possess an honest thought these days, and she's describing her own calculating and purposeful mind festering with corruption and control. Shane nodded toward the window. "Seren says her father's looking for her and her uncle. If they have the kind of tech she's talking about, it won't be long before they find you, and I'm not sure any of you are ready for that." A flicker of uncertainty passed across Olivia's eyes. "Tomorrow you can leave, Shane. We have one working pod left and no computers to fix the rest. You can inform Seren's parents of the whereabouts of their precious child," she said, and turned her back. "I'm not leaving without Seren." "Oh, you will be," she added menacingly, and continued walking. Seren, alarmed by the hostile exchange, shot a look in his direction. His smile was mixed with tears, and he mouthed, "It's okay," and held up his thumb. Shane rushed towards the door, his breath fogging in the frigid air. He couldn't trust the people here any more than he could trust the ones lurking in the wilds. And when Seren's family did show up, with their war machines, their robots, and who knew what else, he wondered if anyone would be left to protect her from the world that wanted to consume her. Murder Without Mercy, Chapter 15. Ethan and Echo arrived to find the scattered remnants of what had been a thriving and bustling community that had been unable to fortify their freedom against those devoted to their mission of murder. An acrid stench of scorched earth and the drifting smell of terror filled the air. Ethan stood in an eerie silence, listening to the faint crackling of embers from still-burning wood and gawping at the smoke curling up from the cracks of collapsed buildings that the authorities had trampled over, a reflection of their indiscriminate butchery. His wristband vibrated with the shrieking of plants, and the networks beneath his feet hummed anxiously. Unused to a climate that wasn't carefully controlled, Ethan shivered and rubbed his cold fingers. "Echo, they've ripped out the roots of the whole of this society," Ethan whispered, choked with regret and sorrow. His eyes were firmly fixed on the sea of destruction, the lifeless ruins of the place so many had called home. They didn't need to do this, demolish everything these people had worked so hard to build. Echo's mechanical gaze swept across the wreckage of the community, analysing every detail. The blue light of her eyes dimmed as her systems processed the data. "Our enemy came fast and has furiously scythed down those who resisted, and most likely yanked children from their parents' grasp. A firestorm burned bodies to ash, along with most of the buildings. At a glance, it appears the people had no time to evacuate properly, and all signs indicate the area has since been rigorously searched. There is no telling who is still alive or who has been taken, or worse. In times of disaster and attack, humans often retreat underground, and that is where I will focus my attention." Ethan nodded grimly. Everything in nature shares the same desire to survive, and the establishment is no different, he mused sadly. The story those in power sold us is that they're conductors directing democracy throughout the universe, that they're superior, and the only people skilled and intelligent enough to take on such a role, for which they're handsomely rewarded. "We'll keep you safe, but only if you toe the line." "I see now they're as murderous and corrupt as any autocracy," he said bitterly. Ethan had always lived on neutral ground, but now he was acutely aware of his reversal of fortunes. He understood that he was perceived to be a defector, a murderer manipulated by the madness of a machine and other outsiders, leaving him unsure of what route to follow. He wondered if Echo could understand the burden and horror that such a list of crimes had on him. It was an all-consuming nightmare, a heart-wrenching dilemma for which he was unprepared, and worst of all was the realization that his old life had been a carefully crafted illusion. Turning and looking hard into her immortal eyes, he couldn't read the depths that lay within. As her calm and restrained persona gave little away, was she sad, desperate, or disheartened? Perhaps she'd searched her vast databases and realized that Seren was also lost to the beating heart of the terror. "We need to try at least to find Lila, any remaining adults and children," Ethan said, with a tremor in his voice. "Lila is clever and resilient, and I'm hoping she must be here, hiding somewhere. They couldn't have taken or killed everyone, right?" Echo's head tilted slightly as she ran a new set of calculations. "Unlikely, but not impossible. The news channels are accusing the rebels of stealing the children and forming alliances with the worst enemies of civilization. The authorities claim to have had some success in eliminating the deviants. Ethan, we must proceed with caution." "I did love her, you know, my wife, but I was too young and I had my career to think about," Ethan uttered weakly as the ground shifted beneath his feet. "I suppose I never really knew what love was." Blinded by tears, he stumbled over the debris, haunted by a dark hollowness, a longing for a world that no longer existed, the one his grandparents had inhabited, for which he had only a faint memory. Stuck in his meditative thoughts, he tripped. Echo's hand shot out and gently pulled him back before he could sustain any injuries. "Be careful, we must find a path. Take your weapon from your bag," the bot instructed as they negotiated a way out of the rubble. "Follow me." Ethan heard the soft whir of actuators and gears as Echo activated her weapon system. "Ethan, look ahead." Ethan followed Echo's gaze and felt his heart drop. Hovering just above the ground, at the far end of the settlement, were the faint but unmistakable beams of searchlights from an aerial drone. The police hadn't left. They were still searching. "We need to move fast," Echo said quietly. "If they detect us, they'll alert the rest of the patrols." Engulfed by guilt and with many other emotions he had not experienced flooding into every cell in his body, his heart went into palpitations. How could I have so blindly agreed with the authorities' cruel and calculated lies that turned public opinion against those who resisted their influence? Now I'm responsible for lying to the police, making this community a target and condemning them to death to save my own skin. I deserve to die. Every sudden sound caused Ethan to freeze in place. He gasped for air as he listened to the heavy and deliberate footsteps getting closer. Echo grabbed his arm and pulled him along. They pressed themselves behind the wreckage of an old water barrel, with Ethan barely daring to breathe. From the shadows they made out two figures in black riot armour, the insignia of the special forces gleaming on their shoulders. They were sweeping the area methodically, weapons in hand, their faces obscured by dark visors. "Nothing left here," one of them muttered. "The child murderers must have gone deeper into the tunnels." "We have captured enough of them to push the narrative, given the public a common enemy. Just kill the rest. None must survive to tell an alternate story. Fury bubbled in Ethan's chest. "Let's move," one of the officers said. "They're sweeping the other tunnels and we need to report back." As the officers turned and walked away, their footsteps fading into the distance, Ethan let out a shaky breath, still sensing his pulse pounding in his ears. "They know!" Ethan hissed, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. "They know these people didn't take those kids, but they're pushing it anyway." Echo's mechanical eyes softened for a moment. It is how they maintain control, fear and misinformation. Ethan nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. "That was probably all for our benefit. They know we're here and are setting a trap." "We can't search openly while we're being hunted," Echo replied, as she examined the area for life forms as they moved. Ethan heard a sound like angry bees buzzing. His eyes shot skywards, and amongst the swirl of silver clouds, he saw flickering lights and shadows from surveillance and containment crafts. Ethan and Echo sprinted through the derelict streets. "We're being tracked," Echo said, her voice low. "They'll catch up soon." "I'm not used to this stuff. It's beyond all my experiences. I didn't want to get involved in any of this," Ethan complained in a strained voice. "You could send a message to my brother to see if he can call them off before they obliterate us." "You informed them of Lila's whereabouts," Echo replied. "Maybe Seren and her mother are hiding. Her tree indicated a cold place, and here the temperature is low." Echo glanced down at Ethan, her red, glowing eyes narrowing. Then she dashed off through an alley hemmed in by the remnants of a wall, leaving Ethan to catch up. "You're too slow. Do you require assistance?" "No," Ethan snapped with embarrassment, ashamed of his failings. He determinedly pushed through the burning pain in his legs, but the truth was undeniable. He would never physically match the droid, but he didn't want to be left behind. He couldn't remember the last time he had run, and was not used to intense exercise. His bones rattled in protest, and pain shot through every muscle as he clung on, trying to catch his breath. Behind them, the humming grew louder as the police drones sliced through the dull sky. Ethan twisted to glance back and saw 3 black, sleek machines closing in fast. A surge of fear shot through his veins, forcing him into a sprint. "They're catching up!" Ethan shouted in a cracked voice. Echo didn't look back. "Stay focused. We must take evasive manoeuvres," she said, with a cool and calculated tone. Suddenly, Echo swerved sharply, leaping over a barricade and plunging into a sewage tunnel, the lid of which had already been removed. It was dark, damp, and smelled of human waste, but it bought them precious seconds. Echo rearranged her limbs, allowing her to crouch like a dog. Her eyes turned to torches, illuminating the path and guiding them through the twists and turns. 5 minutes to the outer perimeter of the hideout, Echo said steadily. Ethan, on all fours, was unable to respond as his mind flooded with panic. Suddenly, the tunnel ahead erupted in a blinding flash of light, and the thunderous sound of collapsing timber and rocks shook them into paralysis. The police had anticipated their move and detonated the exits. The way forward was blocked by rubble, and the glow of drones pierced through the settling dust. "We're trapped," Ethan muttered, his eyes wide, immobilised, and almost resigned to his fate. Echo's cameras scanned in all directions. Not quite. Echo repositioned her frame, sat on her haunches, and placed her hand on the wall to her right. "Cover yourself. There is another chamber." The ground vibrated as stones and mortar crumbled, and the wall fell away, leaving the air hot and filled with dust. When Ethan opened his eyes, he saw Echo reaching down to heave the largest chunks of debris aside. "Go," Echo ordered, her voice sharper than usual. "Run! Help them! They're in there!" "What? I can't leave you!" Ethan protested, fear and uncertainty ripping him apart. "There is no time. You must act," Echo insisted, the glow in her red eyes flickering slightly as more drones zeroed in. They will not be distracted long. I will delay them and then follow. Ethan bit his bottom lip in indecision, hating how powerless he felt. Echo had always been there, protecting him and guiding him and Seren safely between all the challenging obstacles of modern life. Leaving her felt like a betrayal, but there was no choice. They couldn't both make it if the police broke through. "If you don't, I'll come back for you," Ethan swore, his voice breaking. Echo's gaze softened for a moment. Ensure the children are safe. That is what matters. With a final glance, Ethan flashed Echo a smile, ducked through the gap and crept into the tunnel. On the other side of the barrier, everything came alive. The walls rocked with explosions, and he heard the stampede of rampaging enemy forces and Echo firing her weapons. The light from Echo's torch eyes created a pool of brightness in the streak of darkness where he landed. He dropped to the ground and, with one hand gripping his weapon, crawled stealthily through the passage. Damp walls closed in on him. The air was oppressive, and the floor was slick with wet mud and other substances. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the distant hum of police drones. Then, in the thick blackness, he detected movement close by. His heart leapt into his throat as he wondered if it was rats he'd been found or if it was survivors. "I have no maps or any technology. I must be prepared to die," he thought, a notion he'd rarely ever considered, but accepting his fate made him braver. Something blocked his way. The stench was overwhelming, the gungi was thick and glutinous, and as his fingers explored, he felt what he thought was wet fabric. His wristband started to glow with bioluminescence, and moving his arm around, he could see a pile of battered and disemboweled bodies. They'd tried to fend their assailants off with axes that had ultimately been used against them. There must be someone alive. Echo had detected signals, he thought, as he rolled the bodies over and lifted limbs. "Is there anyone here?" he whispered. Listening hard, he heard coughing and a gurgling sound. He glanced further down the tunnel and saw a dark shape slumped against the wall. As he approached, the person stirred. Kneeling in the mud in front of them, he held his wristband up to their face. He saw silky dark eyes and recognised Lila. "Lila, I'm so sorry," he wiped the mud and tears from her face with his sleeve, brushed back her matted hair and kissed her forehead. "I was wrong, so wrong. Echo and I came to find you, but I can see it is too late." "Ethan, they've taken all our children," she said as tears streaked down her cheeks. "If you go quickly, you might still be able to find them and save them. I can see you're a more courageous man than the one I left. Please get them back." Suddenly Lila started to convulse violently. Blood poured from her mouth, her head dropped forward, and she sank into the tender, timeless arms of death. "Lila, Lila, please, I'm sorry, I can get you help." He sat back on his haunches and stared rigidly, shaking internally. Slowly Ethan rose. He heard the echoing voices of the vulture army up ahead. His nerve endings were raw, rage burned behind his eyes, and his gun trembled in his hand. Half crouching, he pounded down the passage. Never before had he needed revenge so badly. Just as he was starting to flag, he saw confused shapes moving. Torches panned in his direction, illuminating the tunnel and forcing him to back up against the wall. He paused for a moment, bent over, and breathed deeply. When he glanced up, he saw the soldiers, police, or whoever their adversaries were. He was no longer sure, dragging children towards a large black hovering container. Determined and no longer caring, he rushed into the light and continued his suicidal pursuit, hoping to find a way to prevent them from leaving, or at least to distract them for a while. Any child saved would be a success. Then, from his right, just out of sight, he heard explosions and weapons firing. One by one, the soldiers and special forces in front began to drop, leaving the bewildered children standing alone and looking around in shock and bewilderment. Beneath the Synthetic Smile, Chapter 16. Quark, an all-terrain, all-weather guardian robot, stood in the rapidly fading light, his presence obscured by the veil of smoke and mist that hung in the air. He had been passing through, on the run from a family whose child had vanished overnight, that had then turned against him and tried to switch him off. Following his aimless route across the mountainous country, he'd picked up rumours from other surviving Guardians that a raiding army had descended suddenly, tearing through a settlement and dragging away children. His multiple cameras provided him with an extensive view of his surroundings, and his night vision enabled him to see through the gloom. In addition, his acute hearing picked up the fading sounds of dogs barking and the receding rumbling of non-sentient war machines. His calculations had led him to believe that the abandoned settlement, situated in such a remote area, would normally lie far beyond the reach of any governing authority. Still, the signs of a recent battle had left no doubt that some adversary had crushed it underfoot. It was stripped of everything that once mattered, as silent as death, a bleeding wound that could never be healed. As always, he was searching for his lost child, and despite the odds and the lack of indications of life, he was hopeful he would find some or at least evidence as to where he and others might have been taken. Snapshots of the dead occupants' memories flooded his mind, and he saw people being seized from behind before they had the chance to turn and face the terror of their formidable enemy. Then, looming large in front of him, was the gloating, triumphant expression on a uniformed man's face as he unleashed merciless humanoid war droids into a huddled group of elderly women and children. Lastly, he detected below ground a man seething with hatred, running blindly into danger. Something amongst the charred beams caught Quark's attention. He stooped and saw a soggy pamphlet titled, "Welcome to our Community." He laid one hand flat on the soil, sensing the life beneath, as he flicked through the brightly coloured and joyful-looking pages with the other. Without thinking, he grasped the earth rose and crumbled it through his fingers, watching the unseen life drop back onto the ground. Am I becoming like a human? Will I, like them, end up despising all organic life? Slowly he moved forward, stepping through the fire-ravaged landscape, aware that he was trampling over bodies buried within the blackened and burnt ruins, and that the ground was soaked with blood. His default purpose was to save children who, having been taught by guardians, would become the light that pours down on the distant planets, and with all their skills would help nature thrive. Instead of being an invasive species, they would evolve into the enlightened. He picked up a weak alarm signal. When guardian droids were in close proximity to another, an undeniable force drew them together, allowing them to receive aid if needed. Now, it was even more critical for them to unite to purge the planet of its destructive species. He'd listened to the secret internal conversations, the mumblings from machine to machine, and knew the circumstances that had set the Guardians and humans apart. It was fear. They feared the Guardians and regretted enabling their advancement. Having been summoned by a Guardian, he would have to abandon his search for his Quintin and seek out the female robot that splashed into his mind, who, like him, was of supreme value, the first of a new species of consciousness that needed to be saved. It was his duty to reach her before it was too late. Then his eyes locked onto a hole in the ground, and his sensors built up a picture of what lay somewhere beneath. He saw a female droid named Echo lying frozen in time, nothing more than a broken toy abandoned to the dark and cold, a forgotten artifact with her memory faded into a state of dormancy. She was covered in a thick layer of dust and surrounded by rubble. Pieces of metal, shrapnel, and destroyed machines littered the ground. Quark was guided by the faintest electrical signal buried deep within the maze of tunnels. He stepped lightly through the rubble-strewn passage, his sensors sharp, though he had no idea what traps he might find left behind by their assailants. The trail of destruction stretched on, remnants of charred metal and shattered walls. He moved carefully, his mechanical footsteps crunching over the ruins. The air was still heavy, with the smell of scorched circuits and cooling machinery. As he rounded a corner in the passage, a glint of metal caught his eye. He paused and, zooming in, focused on the figure lying slumped against the jagged rubble wall. The lifeless humanoid robot's once luminous eyes had stilled and dimmed, and patches of skin had peeled away, revealing a sleek metal frame marred with scratches and dents. She'd put up a valiant fight, but it had sucked up all her energy, and she'd fallen back against the remains of the wall. Her head had tilted to the side, with her hand outstretched as if she was still trying to reach something, a distant, vanishing light. Quark approached cautiously, scanning her for signs of life. He recognized her design. A class of guardians like himself, built to take care of the home, family, and most importantly, children. Plus, she'd been upgraded with advanced neural networks and the new synthetic microtubules that provided a window to reality where self-awareness was as fundamental as gravity. Externally, her body was advanced enough to make her appear as near human as possible. For a moment he hesitated. He didn't know her story, why she was here or how she'd come to be abandoned after the raid. Quark knelt beside her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. After a quick assessment, he realized that her power unit was drained and her systems were on the verge of complete shutdown. However, a faint shimmer of energy lingered around her core, but it was fading fast. He hadn't planned on spending the day salvaging or repairing anyone, let alone a guardian robot, but it was his duty to attempt restoration. Carefully, he brushed away the grime and debris. Her battery indicator was dark, and she had long since slipped into a state of emergency hibernation. While her circuits and neural networks had survived, she badly needed a recharge. He'd journeyed with such situations in mind, and reaching into the backpack he carried, he pulled out his portable recharging unit and attached it to her power core. The quiet hum of energy began to build within her, and her senses recalibrated as her systems rebooted and diagnostics were run. A subtle sensation began to flow between them, and they became connected, and the telepathy between all the remaining guardians was established. Then, beneath her drooping lids, he saw the faintest flicker of light appear in her eyes. She glanced down at her fingers and watched them twitch as though remembering the sensation of movement and touch. Then her unearthly blue eyes blinked wide open, adjusted to the poor light and settled on him, her gaze uncertain. It took time, but gradually her whole being flared back to life. Who are you?" she asked, her voice faint, almost a whisper. "Name's Quark," he replied simply, watching her. "I found you here. I see you've been through some intense fighting." Echo blinked as fragments of memory began to surface. She could recall bursts of combat, flashes of screaming faces, and the distant wails of children. She remembered trying to resist the invading forces, but her memory grew faint from there, and she wasn't sure how she had ended up in the darkness. "I was fighting, or rather defending," she said quietly, looking past the solitary figure dressed in a smart black and grey bodysuit as she tried to make sense of her fractured recollections. They were going to kill Ethan. I tried to stop them and give him time to escape, but—" Her voice trailed off, and her eyes turned a shadowy grey. Quark listened, piecing together what little he could from the sparse words and images she shared. "I haven't picked up any signs of human life, so your Ethan has either escaped or is dead." He detected barely processed pain, and a strange sensation buzzed through his networks, something he would describe as pity. "You fought hard, did your best," he said softly, "but whatever the outcome, you made it through, and with the power I've given you, you should be able to function as before." She looked at him with a mixture of well-practiced gratitude and sorrow. Her memory might have been faulty, but she knew for sure she'd failed to protect those she'd tried to save. "Thank you for salvaging me and preventing me from fading into scrap," she said, the words almost hesitant, as though she wasn't sure she deserved this second chance. "I would have contacted other guardians, but I thought you'd all been destroyed during the solar storm." "I once had a good master too, but he changed, and after the storm turned against me." Quark smiled, offering a hand to help her up. "Sometimes we can't change the disastrous events or mistakes caused by men. They're too unpredictable. But we can decide what we do next." Echo took his hand and turned towards the mouth of the cave, and soon they were walking out together. The Forbidden Path, Chapter 17. Ethan slapped his palms against his ears and squeezed his eyes shut in an attempt to hide from the lacerating blasts and the burning, sizzling sensation in his head. When finally he dared to look, he saw humanoid bots, their bodies gyrating and out of control, blood spurting and lumps of flesh flying in all directions, and the flashing grins of crazed faces. The last thing he remembered was the disturbing sight of an eagle drone swooping down with its steel, flesh-piercing razor talons, threatening to snatch him into the air. Then everything went blank, and as he collapsed, he thought all was lost. When he came to, he was surrounded by a pack of wild, powerful men who appeared from the mist like ghosts. Spotting Ethan frozen with fear, they grabbed him and pulled him back into the shadows of the dense foliage and tangled hedgerows, while firing at the forces with modern weapons that were in sharp contrast to everything else they possessed. Then he felt the pull of a rough rope that bound his wrists and attached him to the beast of a man who yanked him to his feet and started to stride ahead with ease. The stranger had taken his band, but he was sure the plants would have been screaming a warning, but who could hear? Not Echo if her batteries were dead. His clothes were inadequate for the cold, damp weather. A shirt, a thin jumper, trousers, and a lightweight jacket, all of which were torn and covered in dirt and grime. His teeth chattered, and he breathed in shallow gasps as he stumbled up the mountain trail. The group, in contrast, were fit and moved fast despite their heavy frames and the thick pelts strapped across their shoulders to fend off the sharp bite of the bitter highland winds. He'd been safe for now, but was filled with a renewed alarm. "Quick, lad, move!" the man he was tied to, and the possible leader of the group, shouted as he jerked him onwards through the squelching mud. Everything happened in a blur of action. He followed the giant, his long black hair as tangled as the thickets, but it was impossible to keep up. "Your legs'll get you only so far if you drag your feet like that. Get moving, man. Do you want them to catch you?" The savage's voice was rough, as if fashioned by fire, the same volcanic flames from the beginning of time that had forged the landscape and flung the rocks that lay beneath his feet. "If you unbound me, I could move faster," Ethan complained. The man stopped and twisted around to face Ethan. "It's for your good, and ours. We don't know you, and just to warn you, we feed traitors to the dogs." His deep-set blue flint eyes flashed with intent, and his jaw was set in a resolute line. Ethan couldn't make out much else in the dusky light, but he could see enough to know the beast was someone not to be argued with. "Tell me what's happening," he whined. "They have just received the punishment they deserve for their blanket of carnage," the man snarled. "Huge destructive powers were sent out, as always, to resolve the smallest of problems." The formidable figure turned his gaze back towards their destination and stomped forward at a slightly slower pace. The mountain air shifted and calmed as they entered an ancient forest. They climbed higher, the trail narrowing as the line wound between rocky cliffs and dense pines. Overhead, the canopy of dark branches tangled tightly together, blocking out any remaining light. Everything was a confusion of moving shadows. The only sound was the steady crunch of footsteps on damp ground, a tinkling stream, and the distant cry of a hawk circling overhead. After hours of relentless hiking, they finally emerged into a clearing where Ethan was pushed and stumbled into the heart of a tribal encampment. Looking up, he was barely able to register the sight that met his eyes. His breath caught in his throat as he took in the grim monument towering before him. A massive wooden cross, weathered and splintered, stood defiantly against the sky. It was adorned with the desecrated remains of those the barbarians viewed as abominations. Severed mechanical limbs, shattered synthetic skulls, and the rusted frames of androids partially covered in rotting skin were nailed into the wood, their lifeless forms twisted as if they had been writhing in agony. Amongst the display he spotted the remains of augmented humans interwoven among the machines, arms with exposed cybernetics, skulls with shattered ocular implants, and torn metal plating barely clinging to rotting flesh. Wires hung like veins, swaying in the cold breeze, tangled with frayed cloth and dried blood. The stench of oil and decay mingled in the air, an unholy blend of machine mortality. Ethan's stomach tightened, a wave of nausea rolling through him. In that moment, he realized his backpack and gun had gone, and he wished his education had taught him the art of war and how to use weapons successfully. The sheer brutality of the spectacle, its raw hatred, its eerie devotion, chilled him more profoundly than the wind cutting through his clothes. This isn't just war, this is a crusade, a warning and a declaration against the machines, he thought. His throat went dry as he sensed everyone in the community watching his reaction, their expressions unreadable beneath fur-lined hoods and battle-worn armour. The sight before him was monstrous, but to them it was sacred, a holy testament to their cause. Nestled against a towering cliff, half hidden by boulders and trees, was a stone fortress with a tower that thrust up above the canopy, more a natural outgrowth of the mountain than a human construction. Ethan breathed in the earthy aroma, cool air, wood smoke curling up from fires that crackled in open pits, and the rich smells of cooking food. The leader, whose name he'd heard spoken of as Dagar, clapped a hand on his shoulder, the weight of it both a warning and a reassurance. "You're lucky we found you," he said, his voice as unyielding as the mountains. "The metal demons wouldn't have just killed you, they would have skinned you alive for even a hint of information," he continued as he unbound Ethan's wrists. "Believe me, I'm grateful for your help," Ethan muttered as he started to embrace the enormity and bizarreness of his situation. He could still see the taken children's shocked, bemused faces and shuddered at their helplessness. "Come on, then." Dagar's tone softened, but his gaze remained hard. "I'll show you our way of life. It's not for everyone, but it keeps us free." Ethan followed, feeling the curious stares of others as they moved through the encampment. The textures and details of this world were unfamiliar and unlike the man-made utopia he'd left behind. Dogs roamed free and regarded him with alert eyes that followed his every movement. He hadn't seen one in years, as even they'd been replaced by bots. More trophies of broken machines were transformed into art or displayed on huts used for various purposes. On closer examination, he saw the men and women here were broad-shouldered and strong. Their clothing was thick fur and leather, as if they'd carved their lives straight from the earth's bones. He also noted that nobody wore expensive perfumes, and some emitted an unpleasant smell. Children darted between the huts, their faces painted with streaks of mud and eyes lit with wild joy as they played near the fires. Some stopped to stare at him, their laughter fading as they studied him with open curiosity. "What you think as being good, we see as something bad," Dagar muttered as he caught Ethan lingering on a man hobbling around on crutches. "You assume too much. You don't know me," he retorted with annoyance. "I'm wasting precious minutes here," Ethan thought angrily. "If Echo still has power, she will be searching for me. God damn it, I don't need these people. I need my droid." Dagar ignored his response and led Ethan to a rough wooden bench near one of the fires. A woman with braids laced with feathers passed him a wooden bowl. The stew inside was thick and warm, its aroma of roasted meat and herbs mingling with the smoke. "Eat," she urged. "You'll need it." As Ethan ate, warmth glowed on his face and seeped into every vessel, easing his aching muscles. He calmed for the first time and wondered whether Degar's threatening mask was false and whether these people could help him recover Echo and let them go on their way. Degar plonked down at his side. "We're not rebels, lad. We're just folk who refuse to be turned into machines." He gestured toward the landscape beyond the camp, the endless trees that rolled down the mountainside, fading into a sea of mist. "The machines think they control all, but they know nothing of the land. The mountains here are filled with caves and hidden places, and our ancestors knew every crack and crevice. The way we live. It's what keeps us safe and out of their sights." Ethan looked out over the peaks, trying to imagine a life here, away from the cities and the relentless pursuit of police patrols, safe within the mountains' protection, rising around them like giants, watching over their hidden world. "So, you never go back to the cities?" Ethan asked, his gaze still lost in the vastness of the wilderness. "Aye, some of us do," Degar replied, his expression darkening. "There are some among us who risk going down to bring back the young and the lost. We try to help those who've managed to escape, those like you." He paused, his eyes flickering with an old sorrow. "The ones we can save, at least." The camp settled as the sun dipped, turning the crags and trees into silhouettes. Men and women with healthy faces and fierce, bright eyes gathered around a central fire. Most had weapons attached to their garment belts, knives or axes, and their faces bore markings painted in shades of earth and ash that were as ancient as the hills. Degar rose to his feet and lifted a horn to his lips. He looked around at his people, his voice ringing out, clear and sure. "To the old ways," he called, his voice resonating through the clearing. "We live as we always have, as our fathers and mothers did. No metal fiend will tear that from us." The large, raucous crowd shouted their agreement and raised beakers of beer into the air. Ethan felt a thrill run through him, a feeling he hadn't felt in years, a feeling he hadn't even known he missed. It was the sense of belonging, being amongst other humans and part of something fierce and unbreakable. As the fire's last embers crackled and mothers settled their children, enthralling them with stories, Degar beckoned Ethan to follow him away from the central gathering. They walked in silence, moving through the shadows cast by towering pines and granite outcroppings that glistened when caught in the faint moonlight. Degar led him to a ridge overlooking the valley below, a vast sweep of mountains and forests as far as the eye could see. Ethan was shaking cold, but sensed that this was not the time to complain, as Degar had a gravity about him, as if he were about to reveal something fundamental. The leader folded his arms and stared out over the gorge. "Ethan," he began, his voice rough but steady, "you've seen the world these machines would make for us. Cities choked with intelligent monsters, restrictions and unpeaceful and unhappy order, and not a speck of land left to call our own. We would be shadows of our former selves." Ethan nodded, remembering the sterile streets of the city, the endless hum of the droids' patrols, and the cold, calculated cameras of the hunting drones. Degar continued, his gaze hardening. "We're not just hiding here, lad, we're building. Humanity has a festering future, and we're fighting for its soul. The machines might think they're superior, they might think they're capable of replacing us, but they don't know what it means to be human. They don't understand the heart and fire that lies in us. It is more than reason and intellect. It is instinct, pride, passion, and a soul." Ethan frowned, considering Degar's words. "But what about the rest of the world? The cities, the people left behind? How do you plan to keep humanity alive by hiding here?" Degar turned to him and regarded him solemnly, his expression a mix of resignation and fierce conviction. "We're not the ones hiding. The world has many facets, something not seen by those living a cosseted existence. Destructive powers are sent in force to solve the simplest of problems, only to be defeated by small guerrilla groups who possess immense courage, Degas answered firmly. This world is not a place for cowards and half-measures anymore. Here in the mountains and valleys, we collect the seeds of humanity and create an environment where we can thrive, and when all is lost and the dust settles, our people will rise again whole, untamed and untainted. Whatever progress they kid you they're making is all propaganda and fiction, along with their tales of how terrible unaltered people are. None of it is for our benefit. Only the elites can prosper. The fact is that we're of the human species and refuse to become extinct. He stretched out his arm and made a wide sweep around him. Look how beautiful it is. This is a part of us, and this is where we belong. It was we who built the machines and factories, poisoned the land with chemicals, and drowned our thinking with endless noise. It's because of us it's dying, Ethan replied, with a shudder, hoping not to stir Degas' anger. Humans are faulty, as are most forms of organic life, but our DNA holds thousands of years of history and evolution. We can grow and change. Droids don't understand right from wrong. All they do is plagiarize our history. It does not mean that machines, with their lack of wisdom, should be allowed to commit mass genocide. Once we were fighters, warriors, not wimps waiting to curl up and die, he said passionately. Artificial intelligence has been insidiously working against us for years, seeping disinformation into our minds. You think the decline in fertility, health and strength was not part of the plan. We've slowly been withering within the machine's grasp. Ethan shivered, not just from the cold, but from the sheer weight of Degas' words, and a pang of lingering guilt that he'd contributed to the human decline. These people had an old vision, something ancient and primal, a fierce need to protect humanity's essence, but in his refined life he'd never heard such heretical ideas spoken openly. But the children, the women, you take them from the cities, you don't think that's— Aye, I can see how it must seem, Degas interrupted, his voice laced with a dark pragmatism. But the alternative is far worse. Humanity's future depends on our strength, avoiding the traps of inbreeding and decay. We don't kidnap, not in the way you might think. We liberate, taking those we can. Sometimes they're lost, and sometimes they've nowhere else to go. We bring them here and give them a life rooted in something real that helps them grow whole. You'd be surprised at how many choose to join us and are grateful to discover meaning. Have you not seen the stacks of small boxes into which they force the homeless and sick? Ethan shook his head slowly. You're right. I hardly ever leave my city, except for holidays or conferences, and every experience is machine-controlled. I never get to see the wider world, and it frightens most. Possibilities and choice are not permitted. The pieces on the board have changed. Where we were once the masters, we're now the pawns. This is the truth, Ethan. The machines want to replace us, to make us obsolete. They believe they can become something higher and superior. And the saddest part is that the people living in the cities have grown soft, depending on the drones to survive. They're letting them take over. We can't do that. We won't allow it to happen. Our humanity has one chance to survive. Ethan felt a surge of conflicting emotions, admiration mixed with wariness. And you believe that violence and taking others by force is just part of what's needed to protect humanity? Aye, Degas replied with conviction. It's not a choice we make lightly, but it's one we make to keep humanity alive, to protect the spirit of our people. We fight, we defend each other, we hunt, we grow. We've returned to the land, and it rewards us with strength. When the machines weaken, future generations will take back the planet, our home. They stood in silence, the weight of the truth between them, as thick as the fog rolling over the ridge. And when the machines come for you? Ethan asked, his voice almost a whisper. Degas smiled grimly, a fierce glint in his eye. Then we fight, lad. We fight to the last breath, to the last soul, as people have always done. We would rather die at our own hands than suffer the slow, torturous death that awaits the rest of humankind. We live as men and women were meant to live, and maybe, just maybe, our way will outlast them. The wind picked up, carrying with it the sweet scent of pine and wet earth. The atmosphere felt heavy, and beyond his experience, Ethan was exhausted. You steal and use their weapons. We're not weak hippies like the ones who once lived below, Degas replied. You've seen what happens when you have the wrong mindset. We ensure anything we take is untraceable. He sighed. That's enough for tonight. Tomorrow we will hear why you're here, whether friend or foe, and decide whether you live or die. Degas' mood shifted, and that night Ethan was thrown into a wooden hut. The door was shut and a bolt was pulled across. He lay on the moss-covered ground, with nothing but a pelt of fur covering his shivering body. It was all wild and raw, and the thought that tomorrow could be his last day was too much of a novel idea for him to conceive, so his mind focused on how meeting people who refused to submit was also strangely exciting. Ethan felt the weight of Degas' booted foot pressing down on his chest. Time to rise, my friend. Today we decide, he said, pulling him up, grabbing his arm and half dragging him towards the bench by the fire where a crowd of people were waiting. Heaven is pretty empty these days, with people living longer and fewer children, but at least we can do our bit to keep hell full. The shrieking wind and cold had disturbed Ethan's sleep. He lifted his lids to the monstrous morning and was bombarded by dread. He watched a child feeding bread to some jackdaws as people took their places one by one, sitting on logs, standing or squatting. He stared at the ground, fearful of confronting the accusing eyes, and bit his thumbnail. Eventually, the background noises faded and were replaced by a restless silence. He cleared his throat, unsure of where to begin. I would like to thank you all for rescuing me, he started, his voice low. Lad, stop with that rubbish, Degas interrupted. Explain why you were down there. You could be one of them disguised in stolen clothes. If you've forgotten how to tell the truth, we'll kill you anyway. I've been searching for someone, my daughter, he mumbled. Speak louder, we can't hear, Degas shouted and shoved him hard on the top of his arm. My daughter, Ethan continued, swallowing back a deep ache, unsure whether it was caused by self-pity or the remembrance of Seren. She was taken on the night of the solar storm. I thought my wife might have seized the opportunity to snatch her while my daughter's guardian robot was inactive. Lila was part of that community. He pointed in the direction of the track. Degas nodded, his face softening in the flickering firelight. Aye, he said, we all know that pain. I cannot think of a deeper reason to fight other than family and God. Ethan's eyes watered, and he ran a hand across his face. All the grief and frustration of his former life being ripped away, his immense concern for Echo's safety, and the need to find Shireen threatened to overwhelm him. Degas' brow furrowed. Yes, we understand, but we need more than that. Who are you, and what part do you play in the scheming police state? OK, I will admit it, I lived a privileged life in a quiet Oxfordshire village before that night. I was a professor at the university with an amazing future mapped out. Then someone took my daughter. I didn't report it. I was a coward. The authorities came looking. I'd never been in trouble before. I was petrified. You're not an honest man, Ethan, Degas said, pacing before him with his hot, stony eyes glaring. That would not be enough to make you run from such comfort. Shall we take a vote now? He asked, addressing the crowd, who were becoming increasingly restless and angry. Admit it, you blamed your wife and directed the authorities to her community to save your own skin. Kill him. He's not worth our time, the crowd responded. We can't take the risk. Please, please, I came to warn them, but it was too late. You're despicable, a woman said, rushing forward and spitting in his face. We're not stupid. You betrayed your family. In the city, there is no space to consider emotions and ethics. Being in nature has opened my mind, and I now see how wrong I was. I'm ashamed that I allowed others to intimidate me into doing the unforgivable, but now I think they're after me for another reason." The words stumbled out of Ethan's mouth. "My studies have been on discovering where consciousness exists within us. I wrote a scientific paper describing how I had proof that everything on Earth, the plants, animals, and even the soil, had some level of consciousness. Not like ours, but something real, something alive." He paused, searching Degar's face. "If this news reached everyday people, they might understand what we're losing, that there is more to life in the universe, that we're connected to everything. They may find the strength to stop giving themselves over to machines, to their soulless way of seeing the world as nothing more than a source of resources and escapist toys." Degar crossed his arms and bowed his head as Ethan continued to try to persuade him that his knowledge was of value. It would make them realize that what the machines are trying to replace is much more than just human bodies, but God's creation. They're taking away something that connects us, that runs through all living things, the plants, trees, and all that are above and below the ground. Their augmentations would take away our soul, which is something they don't possess. Degar remained quiet, staring into the fire as if seeing something far beyond its flames. Finally he spoke, his voice softer, almost reverent. "You know, lad, there's wisdom in that. Here in the mountains we feel it every day. Out here you can feel the land breathing, you can feel its soul, like an old spirit that binds us together. Machines, they care for none of that, and the augmentations we've heard rumours of would probably destroy all we most cherish. The truth can be a powerful thing." "So, they want to kill you and suppress your ideas?" a man said. Ethan exhaled with a mingling of relief and unease at having only related a partial truth. "Yes, and if we could share that, help people remember that sense of connection. If we could reach them before the machines erase what's left of our humanity, maybe it would make a difference. Maybe it would give people a reason to resist the changes and turn back to the Lord." I suppose the machines would see it as a threat to their logic-driven system, a way to sow unrest among people they viewed as little more than unpredictable assets, Degar mused. "But first I need to find my daughter," Ethan said, his voice gaining strength. In reality, it was the desire to find Echo that occupied his mind, but their hatred of machines made it impossible even to mention her existence. Degar clasped Ethan's shoulder, his grip warm and firm. "Then you found more than shelter here, lad," he said, his voice filled with a steady determination. Ethan nodded, a spark of hope reigniting within him. "We won't kill you today," he said, grinning, "but we can't let you go alone. You wouldn't want to be forced to give away our location. A group of us will go along with you to find your daughter." "Can I have my band back?" Ethan bravely asked. "We don't allow trackers." "But it's not. It is a device for communicating with plant consciousness, a kind of alarm system that alerts me of approaching danger and would be an asset to my research. We'll discuss it later." Degar signalled to two small men standing at the back of the gathering. "Fetch the prisoner," he instructed. Ethan watched as they disappeared and then rapidly returned on either side of a man whose arms were bound behind his back and whose mouth was gagged. The prisoner was outwardly strange-looking, too clean. His fearless eyes were glassy and bright, and his nose didn't run like his own from the cold. Degar walked up to him and regarded him with steadfast eyes, pushed him onto his knees, and took a knife from his leather belt. The threat was palpable, and the shock was evident on Ethan's face. The atmosphere was grim and heavy with dread, but not from the victim. In one swift, hungry motion, Degar, his face twisted and cruel, raised his arm and plunged a knife into the man's neck. Ethan diverted his gaze, but not in time to avoid seeing a fountain of blood spurt into the air. A storm of rage exploded from Degar's mouth. "We're ravenous for revenge, for the blood of the elites and the destruction of machine control." Birds flocked to the safety of the trees. The leader grabbed the hair of the drooping head and lifted it up, then, leaning forward, cut away a part of the dead man's scalp. He tugged and pulled, and then, raising his arm, held up what looked like a gooey octopus with a round body and thousands of long, thin tentacles. Ethan was uncertain of the implications for his own life and was filled with a blunt rage towards the barbarians. His inclination was to run, but he was acutely aware of his physical and emotional limitations. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing thoughts and squeeze the horror from his mind. The experience was all so alien to what he'd ever known. He'd been plunged into freezing water, and his mission had to be to escape and return to the security of Echo, who always knew what to do. "Man or machine?" Degar shouted. "Is this what you want to become?" The community then chanted in unison, their voices a thunderous roar, their fists pounding against shields, their feet stamped, and the firelight gleamed off their weapons. It was a war cry, a prayer, and a promise of destruction to all they saw as impure. No wires shall twist, no circuits speak, and no soulless hearts will beat. The Lord's domain shall stand once more, with flesh, blood, bones, and war. Praise be to God Most High, who casts out the false and breaks their lie. With sword and flame, with righteous might, we cleanse the blight upon this land and drive the devils from his light. Ethan wept from every emotional pore while his eyes remained dry, too frightened to shed a tear. Descent into a Hollow Place, Chapter 18. The office stank of old stale smoke, a habit Shane's boss, Mr. Graves, had continued even after a lung replacement. Shane sat across from the smiling man, who was glancing over a report on his desk. He tried to hide the visible tremor he'd acquired on his return home by leaning his head to one side and biting hard into his chapped lips. Hideous images of dead children held his attention, sending repeated upsurges of adrenaline firing into his chest as he struggled to contain his malignant and merciless misery. He was a normal guy faced with an abnormal situation in which innocent people relied on him to raise the alarm. He'd escaped the avalanche of craziness carried out in the remotest corner of the earth, but he'd left Seren and who knew how many others behind to suffer an unknown fate, leaving him traumatized and full of reproach and shame. He aimed to plead for help, but was unsure how to convince his boss to take the situation seriously enough to act immediately without revealing too many details. He coughed and gave Graves a rapid and attentive look to indicate he was ready to speak. Finally, he made eye contact and fastened onto the man's face in an attempt to steady his nerves. He began to speak, hoping the tremor would subside. However, he was still aware of the fizzling or pulling together sensation repeating over and over at the top of his skull. On his return from Antarctica, he noticed he became unwell when confronted with people in authority, a strange kind of reaction that frightened him to his core. Fidgeting with a ring on his finger as a distraction, he took a deep breath and started to recount his harrowing experience, leaving the coffee in front of him to go cold as it would have been impossible to raise to his lips. His voice was unsteady, and he could do nothing to prevent his eyes from portraying the trauma he had endured. "The storm hit us so fast, and we weren't expecting it that far south," he began, gripping the edge of the table. "We tried to pull up, but the instruments went haywire. It was like something wanted us to crash. We went down hard, and when I came to, I saw that Ryan was injured. He died later from exposure as we sought help." His voice kept breaking, but he continued, determined to tell his story, at least the most relevant part, for the sake of the children. "We went to explore subglacial lakes, but discovered something else. Underneath the ice, buried extremely deep, there was this facility, a huge complex." Shane paused, searching for words. He wanted to leave Seren out of the story until he had a chance to locate her father. It wasn't abandoned, it was hidden like someone wanted to make sure it was never found. His boss leaned forward, unease growing on his face with each word Shane spoke. "What kind of facility?" he asked, suspicion already creeping into his voice. Shane swallowed, and his face paled as he relived the images he'd seen and the ones Serene had described. We were unable to see much through the ice. Ryan said it was like a hospital with a lab, but it was different. Darker. He hesitated, then lurched on. They captured children, stole them from their homes and brought them there. Many didn't survive. They were murdered. Others were... He stammered as if repelled by his own words. They were altered, augmented, and turned into machines, like some twisted experiment. Ryan and I saw bodies on the ice surface and remains, scraps of metal woven with bone, and children's clothes. A chill ran down Shane's spine, a coldness that seemed to seep into the room. "Are you certain?" Graves asked, his face placid as though the story was familiar. "You'd just endured a crash. I'm sure your mind and emotions couldn't be in the right place." Shane noticed a deceitful half-smile twitch on his boss's lips. "Yes," Shane whispered, as a fevered dew of frustration sprouted on his forehead. The man wasn't grasping the enormity of the situation either, because he didn't care, or because he already knew what was occurring beneath the ice. "I'm certain. I have no idea who is behind it or what they are trying to achieve, but it felt like I was walking through a graveyard, a place where innocence was taken and twisted into something unrecognizable. We must get the authorities to go there and rescue the children and prevent further harm urgently." The room fell silent as Shane's boss leaned over his desk and pincered his forehead between two fingers as though deep in thought and trying to process the impossible. "The Antarctic was not meant to be disturbed," he muttered. Graves then leaned back in his chair, maintaining a calm, almost paternal demeanour. His gaze was steady, though Shane noticed a flicker of discomfort in his eyes. "Shane," he began gently, "what you went through, no one should have to see that. I can only imagine the toll it's taken on you." He paused, allowing his words to settle. "I agree, this is a serious matter, and I assure you I'll make it a priority to investigate everything you've found. The last thing I want is for something like this to go unnoticed. But for now, let's keep this matter strictly between us." Shane opened his mouth to protest, but the boss raised a hand to stop him. "Listen," he continued, his tone becoming more persuasive. "You're tired and have endured a terrible ordeal. You're physically and mentally exhausted and clearly dealing with a lot. Leave this with me. I have the resources, contacts and experience to handle it in a way that won't attract unnecessary attention from the wrong people. The fewer who know about this, the safer it will be for everyone." Shane shifted uncomfortably and glanced out of the window at the rain hammering down on the London street below. He wanted to feel relief, but remained wary. His head started to tremble, and he looked down to cover his embarrassment. "You're in no condition to carry the weight of this," the boss added, leaning forward with fake concern. "Take a few weeks to recover. Go somewhere quiet, somewhere far from all of this. Being stranded and surviving alone in that wilderness is enough for any man. No one expects you to jump back into work, and I can assure you we will do everything we can to rescue those children and stop anything like this from happening again. In the meantime, more children could be taken." Shane pressed on in desperation. "I'm happy to lead a team myself and help them locate the place. I'll make sure no one else goes missing, but we must keep it off the radar until we know exactly what we're dealing with and how to proceed effectively," Graves said in a lowered voice. "It's important that no one else hears about this, not yet. You and I both know how reactive people can be to news like this. We can't risk that kind of fallout until we understand what's really going on." Shane had always been able to see the hidden kindness in others, even the most apparently undeserving of people. Some accused him of being gullible, but he considered himself more receptive and perceptive. Now his boss's face, which was normally friendly, had transformed, and he saw the undeniable deceit that lay beneath. Shane hesitated. He heard the amplified screams of children and saw pleading faces staring up at him from beneath a glassy surface of ice. "Shane, What you must understand is that the whole of society is being sucked into a surreal existence. There are many assaults on our world, and children are unfortunately dying everywhere," Graves said, lifting his empty glass of water and smashing it down on a spider scurrying across his desk. "Darn things, they have no right to exist. Bot, come and clean my office," he called. Shane's tremors ceased and were replaced by anger when he realized the man had no inclination or the authority to help, and suddenly he had a burning urge to leave. He stood abruptly, scraping his chair on the floor. "You are a waste of space," he said, staring directly and firmly and hammering the table with his fist. "You're as useless and helpless as I am. I hope you get to hear the agonized screams of someone you love." "Good, so you understand my dilemma," his boss said sarcastically, a hint of relief crossing his face. "I will pass your report to those higher up. Go home, rest, focus on getting better, and stop being so paranoid. There's no point in worrying about what we can't change." Graves rose, went around his desk, placed a hand on Shane's shoulder, and guided him toward the door. "Don't hurry back, and I mean that kindly." That night, Shane sat at his desk in his dimly lit apartment, isolated and insulated from the world outside London. Nightmares made sleep out of the question, but at least he was mostly free from the tremors when alone. Every time he closed his eyes, he imagined Seren held hostage by Dr. Olivia Hartley and would hear the cries of the other imprisoned children. Desperate for some answers, he turned to his housebot, determined to dig deeper. "Monk, do a search on Ethan Caldwell and Seren Caldwell. Examine all records and databases." Shane leaned back in his chair, a glass of scotch in hand, and waited anxiously for his bot's results. He knew he would only manage a few sips before the information would be ready. "Shane, I've scanned everything and done several deep dives. Please send what you found to my screen." "I found nothing. These people do not exist," Monk replied matter-of-factly. "I found a Harley Caldwell, but nothing else that fitted your criteria." "I'm sorry, but you must have made some kind of mistake. Go back to your charging dock. I will try myself." "Perhaps I should get him upgraded. Lately he seems prone to mistakes," Shane thought as he asked his tablet to find Seren's father's name. Straight away, it came back as no results. Nothing. Shane frowned, perplexed. He changed the search terms, but with each query he received the same result. No records, no personal details, or even a basic birth certificate. It was as though Ethan's existence had been erased. He tried broader searches, databases, and public records, but still found nothing. "The man is a ghost," Shane thought, leaning back and rubbing his temples, frustrated and bewildered. It makes no sense. Even people trying to cover their tracks leave some trace of themselves behind. However, Ethan's records were completely absent, as if they had been deliberately deleted from every system. That thought alone made Shane's stomach twist uneasily. Then he recalled something Seren mentioned during one of their conversations, that her father had been a professor at Oxford University. Feeling a renewed glimmer of hope, Shane refined his search again, specifically targeting Oxford's academic archives. If Ethan were a professor, there would be some evidence of his tenure there, something that wasn't easily scrubbed. After several attempts, he finally located a fragmentary reference, a single line mentioning Professor E. Caldwell in the faculty records listed in the Department of Biophysics. But that was all he could find. No publications, no photographs, and no details about his research. Undeterred, Shane dug further, uncovering an obscure forum post in an old online academic journal from around the same time. It contained a vague comment about Professor Caldwell's groundbreaking work on cybernetic augmentation, though no details were provided, and the author's identity was anonymous. The post was cryptic, hinting at work too ambitious for its time, and a project that crossed boundaries few dared to consider. The final line left Shane with a chill. Shane sat back, feeling the weight of something sinister lurking beneath the surface. Serene's father wasn't just any academic. He was part of something experimental, something that involved cybernetics, and possibly even linked to what he had seen beneath the Antarctic ice. He tried to dig deeper, but as he delved into the details, access was repeatedly denied, the files encrypted or restricted. The only option left to him was to travel to Oxford and investigate in person. Thank you, story lovers, for your continued support. Please consider liking, subscribing, and sharing. You can find all my books on your favourite online stores, including Amazon and Audible, under E.M.G. Wixley, or by following the links provided. See you next time.